Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, November the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen, that'll help. Yes, thank you. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Well, we are again in earnings season. This is the last big week. We have a ton of earnings that I can see right now in my pre-market. There will be more. These are just the ones that are meeting my pre-market actives. But before we talk about some of the earnings plays, let's take a look at the ones that are moving other than earnings plays. PXMD, of course, PXMD. Thank you guys in YouTube, Les and Raj. PXMD moving. I don't know, announces publication of autism spectrum disorder phase 2. Okay, so that is now it's crazy low float, 327,000 shares in the float, which is why it can be up 113% just like that. It still has some room, believe it or not. So the next high is looking left, I think around 729. But anyway, this may have run it. So that's PXMD. TMDX. Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play. TMDX is an earnings play. Almost looks like a buyout the way it's trading, but it is not. TMDX is an earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. Let's hope it. Okay, you know what I'll do then? Let me do this. Too many are saying the audio is choppy. Just give me a moment. All right, how's that? There's a little something I can do within the room that seems to help. Diamond Dog, DDOG. That's better? Okay, thanks, guys. DDOG, Data Dog. Big gap up on earnings, guys. Big gap up on earnings through 100. Actually, almost well got to 100 pre-market. Big gap up on earnings. That's a huge run, 25% with that sort of a float, 265 million in the float. That is a big gap up. SANM, another earnings play. Except this one is on the way down. This is a big gap down on earnings, a big gap down on earnings. Look at this daily chart. Wiped all this out, sitting right down here now. SANM on earnings. AYX, another earnings play. AYX, another earnings play, gapping up. Coming right into potentially a lot of resistance. Question is, how would I trade? Well, first of all, I don't trade anything usually in the pre-market, so I'm not going to take this one. And I usually wait 15 minutes anyway. So, you know what? I have no idea. I would trade this one if it's out of the price range I typically look at. I mean, the next high is a 101.16. And what did I get to this morning? Got to 101.40. You know, depending what the market does, I mean, this may be a fade, but I mean, you know, it all depends on what the market does. We're in for a mildly negative open. Uber. Now, Uber hasn't moved like a huge amount, but it is an earnings play, and I know a lot of people will be watching it. Uber, well, actually, now it's moving down. Okay, when I last I saw it was down about 1%. Had a pop up in the pre-market on earnings. Uber, UBER, of course. Now it's starting to drift down on earnings. The next low looking left, 45.24. So there's this VTYX just absolutely clobbered down 77%. I mean, not that long ago, this was a 30 $6 stock, guys. I mean, this is at the end of September. End of September. So, way less than, a little over a month ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, this was a $30 stock. This is decimated. Decimated gets thrown around a lot, but this is decimated. 1/10. Hmm. HIMS is an earnings play. HIMS. You know what? I'm just going to get the earnings here. So if you've got my pre-market actives up and down, just do a double left click on the earnings date column and then scroll down and you'll see look at all these earnings plays. These are the ones meeting my filters in the pre-market. There will be others, but look at all these earnings plays. So there's the HIMS, HIMS, the gap up on earnings. Now this is not a excuse me, this is not an earnings play. This is not an earnings play, but who was it that said that Hindenburg hit them? Yeah, here's the link. Now you have to be now in order to have this window here, Brokerage Plus, you have to be part of this test drive. Otherwise, it'll just be blank. So this is the test drive layout, and to see these windows, just do when you load it, you probably won't see these two windows. Never mind these ones, but you probably won't see the pre-market actives up and down. All you have to do is just click on Windows and Show All. Okay, and you'll see these. These were minimized. A lot of earnings plays, guys. Rumble's another earnings play. I think they got rid of their. Oh no, that was Bumble. Bumble and Rumble. Um, Rumble earnings play. Real's mentioning CNHI. I'm sure I saw that one. I think that was an earnings play. Maybe not. There it is. CNHI. Yeah, CNHI, another earnings play. Anyway, there are a ton of earnings plays. What's going to happen once the market opens? That's why we have to wait. Trip is another earnings play. This looked actually pretty good. Trip, I think it tripped up, tripped up, went up. Yeah, I mean a 10% move, 102 million in the float, right into that 200-day moving average. So what we saw last week, until I would say Thursday and Friday, anytime we had a big strong earnings play, the play really was to fade it because the market was not rewarding, a continuation after a big gap in earnings. But last week we saw a lot of stocks that had pops in the pre-market or after hours on earnings, and they sure did not fade. They kept moving and moving, moving. I have no idea what's going to happen today, but all right, guys, I think what I'll do now is take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Ooh, not too many upgrades. Well, again, Raj, I usually wait at least 15 minutes anyway. Again, talking about D-Dog, I usually wait at least 15 minutes before I do any trading. So all depends on how it starts, how it trades really. We don't know until the market's going to open. We're talking about D-Dog. I mean, Wedbush has got a $51 price target put on them, but not much volume right now. All right, let's take a look at some of these downgrades. Ooh, a lot more downgrades than upgrades. Many, many, many more downgrades than upgrades this morning. The AMRC, actually, AMRC has a couple of downgrades. They are, that's an earnings play today, AMRC. Remax. So take a look at Remax. Morgan Stanley has downgraded them, but let's see if it's already at the downgrade price. Remax, RMAX. And the answer is they've got a $9 price target on them. So it's at 1031 right now. Wow. There are a lot of downgrades for VTYXIs. Wells Fargo, Stifel, Wainwright, Oppenheimer. But I mean, it's already so beaten up. You mean once the market opens, coffee? Is there an alert for a pre-market high and low breakout once the market opens? No, there isn't. You can find stocks that are really close using a top list and then maybe a new 5-minute high, but there is not an alert that shows that tells you when the pre-market low or high is broken out. But you can create a top list that shows you stocks that are really near, which sometimes is just as good. You can see it before the breakout, perhaps. So no, I don't mind. So if you right click configure and then on an alert window or a top list window, and then search and then type in pre, okay, and position in pre-market, okay, position in pre-market. So if you use this filter and say, I don't know, you can pick the range 95 minimum, 99 max. So it's within 1 to 5% of the pre-market high. Okay. You could use something like that. And then on the flip side, you could put a min 1 and a max 5. That would be within 1% or 5% of the pre-market low. So you could create a top list that would show you stocks really, really close to either the pre-market high or the pre-market low. and they could just be gearing up. Okay, makes sense? And then, add in all your other filters. All right, guys, let's take a look and see what's happening with our major sectors. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and I'm going to go down to the show more or click on show more, not that one. Click on show more. Okay, click on show more, scroll down until I see sectors, the sector status. As I said, we're in for a mildly negative open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 95% in red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So when you look around, there's not one strong sector. Okay. There's not one sector that's way above the 52% or the 50/50. And again, that makes sense because the market's in for you know, not a horrible open, but definitely a weak open. But now I want to check. So the market was mildly up yesterday. I want to check to see where are financials now. I want to check some of the major sectors, see where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. Aha. So you can see that financials basically closed on the 200-day moving average. Friday, it popped above it. And yesterday, it just kind of hung around it. Take a look at materials. I think materials was, yeah. So we're probably only, I think yesterday we had four out of the nine major sectors that were either just at or above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, this is XLY. So it continues to move away. That's a consumer discretionary. And we know communications, we know technology, and now we know consumer discretionary. Uh, Financials are sitting right on it. How about industrials? XLI. Yeah, getting close. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, it still has a ways to go, and I'm sure retail has a ways to go. XRT. Yeah, so it's getting closer, but so I think they're real. I think they're only four, and financials are just basically on the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Okay, what I want to do now, I want to sort on the change from the close. Boy, that VTYX continues to just get hammered down. There are a lot of shares available too. 898,000 at Interactive Brokers. Not in it. VAR is up 73% today. Okay. THAR, I don't remember. Is that a sub $1 stock? That's the reason. ALPN is not an earnings play, has earnings in 5 days, but ALPN all the way down here drops on, they're doing a financing, $150 million financing, and at $12.50. So it's a little bit below the financing price, ALPN. They're doing a financing at $12.50, and it's a little bit below that price. I didn't mention this crab. I mean, this is a crazy one from yesterday. It actually was a little crazy well, not a little, it was a lot crazy this morning. It's hit $400 yesterday in the pre-market, 200 plus dollars in the pre-market today, 41,000 shares. All right, guys, give me one moment. So just another earnings play, guys. AYX on the move here, guys. AYX on the move. To me, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. Look at this daily chart. Just look left. Look at all the action over here. Okay, JN831. What sort of a trader are you? Are you a brand new trader also? I mean, the software can be configured for virtually any type of trading style. So there's no one way to use the software. So when you say you're totally confused to how to use the software, I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles. There's not one way to use the software, but the first thing is, are you new to trading? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Sorry, in the trade ideas questions area, JN831. So, are you new to trading? 'Cause what you're seeing right now, and you are mostly a short term. So, okay. Well, I mean, what you're seeing now, I mean, you're seeing stocks that are moving, that are active in the pre market. Okay. Pre market actives up and down. So, I mean, I can't tell you how to use the software. I mean, you can use the software again in all sorts of different ways. When the market opens, you're going to see I have an alert window called momentum. I mean, I can give you my layout and you can take a look. But again, it all depends on your trading style. You're going to see stocks that are having a lot of momentum, that are moving on momentum. If that's your trading style, I mean, but trade ideas can be configured to see a lot of different types of scenarios. I happen to be a momentum trader. But if you want, I can give you this layout and you can take a look at it. There you go. So there's the layout. I mean, so we're a scanner. Okay. That's what Create Ideas is. We scan the stock market. So what do we have? 924. Just to give you an idea, this is a momentum scan. All right. So this is a scan that I put together. Excuse me. I put together. I'll right click on configure and then summary. So this is an idea. This is a trade idea, right? So if the stocks are between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, which means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Now, this does not start to fire until the market opens. Okay. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes at 400% of normal, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you will see that we'll get a real-time alert here. That's an example of a scan. But you can create your own scans. You can take my scans. You could take this scan and say, well, I don't mind it, but I don't like that price range. You could change it up. But that's what Trade Ideas is all about. We have a lot of built-in scans. I'm sharing a lot of different scans. There are a lot of scans in our toolbar. If you click on new, and then docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans here. So it's just a matter of, I mean, it all depends on your style of trading. But right now, all we're doing right now is just identifying the stocks that are moving up and down in the pre-market. And, perhaps we don't know, of course, once this market opens, what exactly they're going to do. So the guide, what time is it now? 9:26. Sure, I have time. So if you go to my homepage, okay, so if you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the education section, okay? You click here. Here is our user guide. And if you find this section you want to create your own scans, I take a look at alert windows, okay? Alert windows. That'll tell you how to create an alert window. And just very, very briefly, time is at 9:27, very briefly, don't get overwhelmed by this, but these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. Starting off with the new high and the new low of the day, but these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. And then here, if I scroll down, these are all these are all filters that we have. So, common filters, I only want to see this price range between one and something. Minimum volume is this. I want to see stocks that are up at least 3%, things like that. These are, how to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then you have to have some kind of a trigger. I'm somebody who likes to see new highs and new lows of the day, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all, but maybe there's something, if you scroll through them, you might see something that says, that sort of is like my style of trading. Yeah, and I mean, it is a software program, okay? There is a learning curve, but you don't have to. What I try to tell people, though, is that all those alerts and filters that you see, I don't have to learn them all. It's like if I threw you a Microsoft Word manual, obviously you don't have to learn everything in that manual, right? You want to learn how to print, maybe change the font, do a few things, but so you don't have to learn everything. There is a way to, yes, there is a way to There is a way, yes, to find stocks close to the 200-day moving average. So, guys, again, we're in this test drive, so I am going to be probably answering more questions which is absolutely fine, okay? Than trading, but we are now just about open. By the way, this is a in the simulator. This is what I took yesterday. Wanted to demonstrate taking a trade yesterday. Is that NTL? This is a short of 300 shares. Got in at 1285, 1198, so almost $300. When you say, "What about pre-market prep?" Isn't this a talk for 10:30ish? No? I mean, this is I don't understand what you mean. Pre-market is okay, guys, so here we go. Trip. So these see what I'm saying? These are all real-time alerts. It met all the filter requirements that I mentioned, met all these filter requirements, and then the stock made a new high for the day. And that's why we're seeing these stocks right here as an example. We are excellent at real-time alerting. Boy, look at this. Catastrophic here, guys. Just absolutely catastrophic. VTYX down 80%. Okay, how to set up a sound for the alert. Okay, so in an alert window or multi-strategy window or our AI or price alerts, okay, this is sort of the same thing to do. If I right click, go to properties, actions, click on the play sound, and all this is in the guide, okay? I mean, I don't expect anybody to remember everything as I'm explaining. This is all in our user guide. All you have to do is to go to sound alerts, for instance, set up the sound. You can have one window, text to speech, if you want. And the reason I say one window, the whole idea of our sound alerts is that you can put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know, and a different sound, of course, then when you hear a specific sound, you know which window to look at. So that makes sense so that you can't have them all text to speech. You don't have to have one text to speech, but I know that's pretty popular. Otherwise, use the custom sound, click on the select sound. These are 3 folders we have. Each folder has some sound alerts. And so you could take a look at applause, for instance, click on applause, you could open it, you could play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and that will attach it to the sorry, that'll attach it to the window. How do you get to the okay, good. Right click configure. Now, the other thing, if you're brand new and you haven't done this, I mean, I really, really recommend that you take a look at this first. You probably don't have to go through the download and install, but just really, really quickly, again, go to my home page. So if you go to my home page, you click on my home page link, and the getting started runs you through your first. Now, again, you don't, if you're already in the program, you don't have to do this, right? But if you're starting out, you know, you have your download and install, your first startup and login. I wouldn't care that much about doc layouts, but introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. These are just short videos, okay? I think people should do yourself a favor, at least do that. Otherwise, you know, it can get so confusing right at the beginning. I mean, again, I have to say it every time. This is a software program. Of course, there's a bit of a learning curve. Now, the question, Mon, about stocks close to the 200-day moving average. Yes, I think I might even have something. Let me just do a, it would be a top list window. Let me just see if I have something already built. No. So same sort of thing. If I right click on a, well, you can either use an alert window or a top list window. Okay. A top list window, the difference between an alert window and a top list window, the A window versus a T window. Think of it like this: the top list window. Basically, if you wanted to see all stock that the stocks that were up the most today or down the most today, You could use a top list window, up the most in the last 5 minutes, up, down the most in the last 5 minutes. Okay. You could use a top list window. So let's just say you use a top list window to find out the stocks that were up the most right now. You could see some stock that's up, 100%. But that doesn't mean it's making new highs. It could be up 100%, but moving down, right? But it could still be the one that's up the most. What the alert window does, it'll find you the stock with filters involved that maybe are making new highs, new real-time alerts, new highs for the day. So it's a different use. So for instance, you want to find stocks near the 200-day moving average. I'm going to type in 200 now. Change from the 200-day moving average, add the filter, okay? So if I put in the min and the max, if I put, say, 95 to 99, that would show me stocks that were within 1 to 5% of the 200-day moving average, as an example. And if I wanted to see ones above, I could put, say I put minimum, say 100 and 103. That would be 3% above. So at or 3% above. Okay, so you can use that filter to find stocks that are right around that 200-day moving average if you want. You could also just combine it and say, if you wanted to see stocks that were, you could go, it's like something like 97 and 103. That would mean that then you'd see stocks that were within 3% on either side of the 200-day moving average. What percent you pick, of course, is up to you. Okay. And then, of course, adding, a price range and minimum volume and all of that. Okay, makes sense, Mon? So there are no alerts yet until at least 9:40 for the AI, okay? The AI does not trigger anything until at least 9:40. It doesn't mean at 9:40 there will be an alert, but you will not see anything until at least 9:40. That's just the way it's designed. Okay, what have I missed? Okay, guys. So again, what you're seeing here, this is a short I took in ZNTL yesterday to demonstrate how you can use our simulator. And I also wanted to demonstrate, people maybe don't understand shorting and all that. So you can see right there, there was my entry on the short, 1285. Last price, 1171. That's what you want to see when I know this is very basic for people who understand shorting, but there are a lot of people out there that think shorting is just weird thing to do. And just think of it this way. When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. Almost that simple. Whoops. All right, guys. Yeah, now look at this VTYX. Just can you imagine being up here at $30 about, I don't know, 6 weeks ago? 252 now. All right. Well, guys, we've first 15-minute candle has turned into a giant red candle so far. Okay. So we had a little, I think we actually probably went positive right here in that 9:15 to 9:40 and 9:30 SPY candle. But the market opened and now we've got a giant red candle wiping that out. How did I find my type of trading style? A lot of A lot of trial and tribulation, Sheik. I mean, I've been trading for a long time. So here's your first. Somebody asked a question about. I'm going to say no, we cannot. Um, where is that question? Something about. Sorry, I'm trying to find this question. Somebody asked about candles, referring to somebody. I'm going to say no, we can't do it. I'm sorry. I somebody asked a question about Leon. Leon, there you are, Leon, right there. Um, no, it is not possible to add numbers to candles. No. Now, if you're new to trading, if you are new to trading, okay, I really recommend doing something like this. Guys, you're going to hear me say this all the time. Trading is not easy. You're gonna have to. I mean, Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. Then it's up to you, to figure out, well, how am I going to trade this idea? Some of the things I see, I don't want to trade. I mean, because I'm clicking on the alert, I'm checking out the charts. Maybe the market is not working in the direction I want it, so I'll take a pass. These are all things that I can size up, pretty quickly. But if you're new to trading, I mean, a lot of this is just going to be mystifying. So you have to have yeah, you should have some kind of a basis or a basic knowledge of trading. And Trading 101 is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And I really recommend you take a look at this. It's all free. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all. I mean, the first video is pretty basic. What is a stock? Okay, so I would, if you're new to trading, Trade Ideas is a tool. Okay, understand that it's a tool. It's not going to teach you how to trade. How many years of trading? Well, I always like to say my last real job was in 1997. Well, going to work as opposed to a 15-foot commute. Yeah, the PXMD, that just severe rippage, as we like to say. Look at the ZNTL, guys. Wow. I think I'm going to flatten it. Okay. So take my $556 and run in the simulator. Well, I was always fortunate, I always had another source of income. Okay. So trading was not my only income. And so, which is so important. Trying to trade and, with the absolute necessity of making money in order to live, and you don't know how to trade, almost impossible. I'm not saying you can't hit the, some people hit the lottery, yes. And as I say, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see I like to see things settle down. Do I see why AXGN is halted? I don't see that it's halted, actually. In our YouTube room. Oh, I see. The reason I don't see it on my I have a Halts Resume scan, and I'm sharing a lot of other scans, okay, than what you can see here. I'll put in a I'll load my homepage again so you can see them. My minimum though is 20,000 shares, okay, Chad? But it's probably a volatility halt. I don't see any other thing. But my minimum volume is 20,000 shares and it just opened now. So it was a volatility halt. Wow, that PXMD. Was toying with the idea of taking it in the pre-market, but I got distracted with a couple of other things, and by that time, it had. I was looking at that five break, but by that time, I was on to something else. So there's the. So there we had a couple of alerts from the couple of good ones too, guys. And now AMC, AMRC, I'm sure is an earnings play. Yes, it is. And how about ATSG? What you're going to see for this week and probably next week, a lot of the alerts you're going to see here are going to be earnings plays. Okay. It's not that it's designed only to see earnings plays, but typically a stock that breaks down on the low side or breaks down to the high, breaks up to the high side. Typically, they are going to be earnings plays. Wow. Meanwhile, look at the ZNTL. This is an all-time low, guys. ZNTL, an all-time low. This is why I took it yesterday in the simulator, and I wanted to demonstrate my trading style. A lot of my trading style. Yes, I am a momentum trader. So if I'm going to short something, I want to see it at near the low of the day. If I'm going to long something, I want to see it near the high of the day. And then my next step is to look left. So if I'm going to short something, then I look left to see where is the next low looking left. So in a situation like this yesterday, the next low looking left, you couldn't see it because this was an all-time low. So there was no chart support at all for this. Doesn't mean it's going to go to zero, of course, but there was no chart support to get in the way of it moving down. Boy, that EH, so much for the Hindenburg. So EH, so Hindenburg is this, we'll call it the notorious short seller who dumped all over EH in the pre-market. But look at this. I mean, it's almost completely recovered. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about, Alley in the Bay. And listen, I mean, when you see a stock moving really rapidly, you hear me say many times, this is going to get halted, guys. I think this is going to get halted. And, within about usually, 5 to 10 seconds, yes, it's halted. I mean, you just have to see when a stock is moving rapidly, understanding why a stock is halted. It's what's called a volatility halt. So if a stock moves up, a very basic definition, a stock moves up too much in a short period of time, it's going to get halted. Usually, it's a 5-minute halt. It just takes the theory being it's just take a breather, take a breather. Boy, ZNTL. I like to have in the simulator. I like to have this distance from the exit price. Okay, and this is telling me because this tells me, okay, how good was your exit? Now, if you're going long, you want to see a nice big negative number, but when you're short, you want to see a big positive number. Remember, going short, you want the stock to move down, and then when you to make money, you cover your position. So what you would want to see, of course, afterwards is that the stock moved higher. Well, look at this. This is now since I got out of the trade, is now moved down a further 85 cents, which would have been another $300. No, newbie, I would say that is, I would say that's actually incorrect. The first halt typically is a pretty good one. Okay, typically. That's what we've noticed over the last 3 to 4 years since we've had our halts resume scanner. So when a stock gets halted the first time, typically it can be pretty good. Look at this. There's the halt at 8:35. There is the projected open. Okay, it doesn't have isn't it's not necessarily going to open there, but typically the first halt is a good one. Good one, meaning that if you're in the trade, you don't have too much to worry about. And you can see the halt was at 9:43, and again, typically, well, okay, what happened is this opened almost immediately or halted almost immediately after resumed. So my guess is that the next halt was around 9:43 plus what, 45 seconds? Usually they are 5-minute halts, okay? And this blue screen you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is from Interactive Brokers, Time and Sales. How to close the position, just flatten it, okay? You just flatten it, okay? So if you've had a series of trades in the simulator, you just highlight the one you want and flatten it. Or you could get at a half, or you could double your position. These are, we don't have very many hotkeys, but these are the three that we do have. I'll go over all this, guys. If you're looking at this and wondering, what is this? Well, this is a simulator. It uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. And if you're part of the test drive, this is available to you as long as you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, this is not available. Okay. So HIMS, let's see now. HIMS, it's showing up. Yeah, I mean, this has got some room, guys. Look left. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. 928 is the next high. Now, when I say this, I'm not saying it's going to get up there, but it takes out chart resistance as a reason why a stock won't go higher. Okay. That's all I'm doing when I start looking left. Lots of other reasons why it won't keep moving higher, of course, but I like to take one of the reasons why a stock may not keep moving higher out of the equation. Okay. So again, we're gonna have an extremely active week because we're getting towards the end of earnings season, but this is the last big earnings week. Last week we had about 1,100 companies releasing earnings. This week we have another 1,100 or so, 1,200 companies releasing earnings. Okay, that's a huge amount. That's a huge number. Next week it tails off to only 250. Okay, but still not bad. But this week, most of the things that we're going to see will be earnings plays, just because those are the ones that are really moving. I am not on mute. Okay, I better not be on mute. I see my mic is on. So Todd, you can't hear me. Want to make sure, guys, you can hear me, right? Want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, so I know YouTube can always hear me. So there's the PXMD, guys, and it opened in a big way. So if you were in this before the halt, you were laughing. Yeah, Buck, it's not manipulation so much. I mean, this is just a computer program that kicks in. I mean, if you want to call it manipulation, but it's not somebody sitting there going, you know what, I'm going to halt this thing. It's just math, as Real says. It's a computer program, kicks in, and just it's obviously it's all automated. So you can call it manipulation, but oh yeah, I mean they didn't. You're absolutely right. It didn't. But during the financial crisis, you're absolutely right. That's when it happened. They thought, okay, instead of allowing a stock to keep cratering and cratering, maybe we'd have a little pause. Now, again, whether you or anybody else think that is the way to go, that's another issue. But is my SPY chart moving, Jamie? Nope. There you go. Thank you. I had must have gone back. So thank you. Thank you for that. Oh man, guys. So Trip is tripping down. Trip is still positive for the day, but it is giving it up. This is more like what we used to see. Thursday and Friday were anomalies where we'd see some tremendous earnings plays, and they'd still be, maybe they had earnings. This move area you see right here on Trip, as an example, this means this you can tell had a big gap after hours. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. The tan area here is the pre-market. Now, most of the time, when the market was basically moving down, 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 you could almost, not always, but your bias should have been to fade a pop. But yesterday we saw many, many stocks that had great moves in the pre-market and then kept moving higher and higher and higher. Well, so much for Hindenburg. Boy, Hindenburg, they don't care. This is going to go. This looks like it's going to go positive. EH at the 200-day moving average right now. Okay, 1424. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, and I'm talking about EH. I saw a diamond dog. I saw a D dog. I thought it actually moved down first. Yeah. So yeah, I saw that little move down. That is a big move now. Move down in the pre-market. So there's a $7 move from there. Okay, so we are certainly 15 minutes in. So I've not been able to really look at anything yet, guys. Again, this is okay. I mean, in the test drive, I'm available to answer questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If I don't trade very much, that's fine. I will draw your attention though to some of these, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. What I'm going to do is I want to put my homepage link in again. Usually I go over all this at 10:30, but we have a lot of probably new people in the room today. So I just want to let people know you have access to all my scans right here. So if you click on my homepage link, excuse me, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Scroll down until you see the scan section right here. So, I mean, I am sharing my layout, but if you don't want like the layout that you can see, I mean, what I like to do is you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Just give me one moment. All right. So this is the pre-market actors up and down. This kind of sets the tone for what might happen once the market opens. These are the gappers up and the gappers down. You'll hear me talk about the false presumes. It's over on one of my other monitors. Okay, this is what it looks like when a stock gets halted. You'll see the halt and the time of the halt, and typically they are 5-minute halts, so you can kind of estimate when a stock like this is going to open again. As an example, there's the halt resumes. This is the momentum scan right here. Momo is right here. This is my abnormal option activity scan right here. I'll explain what this is. I'm not trading options, but I'll explain why I've got this. And then this is what I was showing you here, the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout. Now you can see even ZNTL at 942, 1069. I mean, you can see right now it's at 1013. Okay, so you could have even shorted this right here. And look at Olo. Olo, 446. It's at 430 now. Maybe on the way down. So this is my 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily break down. They're right here. What the DR stands for, and don't repeat. What I like to do is I like to see, okay, show me when the first time the alert happened, and then I can kind of go back in time and say, well, what did it do from there? So I can click on ZNTL. I can see that the alert happened at 942 and it was at 1069. Remember, this is an idea to short. So let me just get this out of the way. So if I click on ZNTL, and that little arrow, that little up arrow is telling me the candle in which the alert happened. I'm on a 15-minute chart. If I were on a 5-minute chart, it would show me the 5-minute candle that happened. And I can see right off the bat that, from that alert at 942, at 1069, before it popped up a bit, it got down to what, 980. I mean, almost $1 from that. I mean, that's tremendous. Okay. So that's why I like to have the don't repeat. You don't have to. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I just happen to like seeing the don't repeat. Okay. So again, these are all, and I'm sharing other scans too that you cannot see. You can take a look at them. And if you're new to trading, I know this is bewildering. I get it. That's why you're going to have to understand, more than just seeing, getting an alert and then wondering, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Yeah, I get it. Because if you have zero trading knowledge, we're a great program, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. Now, this abnormal option activity scan, why do I have that? I don't trade options. So I'm an intraday trader, a day trader. You want to brand me. So because of that, I have to find stocks that are trading abnormally. It's that simple. I don't want to see something that's trading 10,000 shares or 20,000 shares, or even if it's trading a million shares. But what if that's normal? What if a stock normally trades a million shares a day? Why do I want to see that one? Okay, that's not going to help me. So we have one excellent filter called the relative volume filter. So in this single stock window, and all this is, these are just filters that we have, okay? And this is what I like to see. But if you wanted to see more financial information, earnings per share, cash to debt ratio, things like that, if you're more into that, you could have those numbers here. This is just what I like to see. So, but this relative volume is fixed. I mean, you're always going to see this. So for instance, Matterport, 15.5 times normal. That is abnormal. 1 being normal. So that's 15 times normal. What does that mean though exactly? So this relative volume filter looks at the time of day. So let's call this 10 o'clock Eastern time, okay? That means that this is trading. This is not an exact definition, but good enough. What did this stock do normally up to 10 o'clock over the last 10 days? Okay, so it's time sensitive. So according to this is doing 15 times that. And it's an earnings play. That's why, stocks will usually trade abnormally the day they have earnings. So that is one way for me to, zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally, using that relative volume filter. Here, and you notice I don't have very many alerts. I won't get too many alerts in either the breakout or the breakdown today. Why? Because I'm using a relative volume, current volume filter of 8. That's a lot, okay? Not that many stocks are going to have that. And I have other filters in place, of course, but not that many stocks are going to be have a relative volume of 8. Okay, but that's my goal is to. I don't want a lot of alerts in here. I sort of want the creme de la creme, right? So that's why I don't see very many alerts. So the option activity. So I've said I don't trade options. So look at this eight. I mean, we've got a couple of really good ones from our AI today, guys. Again, these are these are earnings plays. Earnings plays. And if don't understand the concept of earnings plays, well, a lot of these stocks that not that many people know about ATSG. You're not going to see this probably on any of the financial networks or people talking about this. And that's what these are the ones that I love. I don't really care about Apple and Microsoft and all the big guys. I mean, and I'm not saying don't trade them. I'm sure the day they have earnings, you can trade them. I'm not saying don't trade them, but typically, no matter what, except for the extremely odd exception, Apple on the day of its earnings is not going to move 26%. I'm not saying it's impossible, but typically it's not going to happen. And that's what I want. I want to see the stocks that are moving, big percentages. And so I call these like the second, third, fourth tier of earnings. I mean, stocks that just completely fly under the radar. But the day they have earnings, that's kind of their day, either on the upside or on the downside. And then they can just do nothing for another 3 months until 3 months from now when earnings season kicks in again. They can do something again. So why am I looking at this odd normal option activity if I don't trade options? The reason being is that this is another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally when looking at their option activity. So for instance, is the ATSG. Let me find this one right here because it's showing up at the top here, CNHI. Okay. So first of all, just so you know, the way this is color coordinated, this is what we call a multi-strategy window. And don't worry about all this. I mean, you don't have to learn all this. I mean, right now, I'm just sort of giving you a real basic outline. But what a multi-strategy window does versus an alert window, that window is an alert window. A multi-strategy window allows you to take virtually as many alert windows as you want and put them into one window. Typically, it's used for people that don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you're only using one monitor. So for instance, if I right click on this and hover over strategies, you can see I've got two alert windows in here. One is called moving higher with unusually strong options volume, and I've color coded it in light blue. And the other is moving lower with unusually strong option volume. And I've color coded that in brown. So I know when I see brown, I know that's one that's moving down. And when I see light blue, I know that's one that's moving up. Okay. So let's take a look at CNHI. Just give me a moment. So option volume today is right now, as we speak, 3,384 contracts total of puts and calls. Okay. That represent 1,447% normal or 14 times normal. Okay. That's extraordinary. Okay. That's another way then to find a stock that is trading abnormally when you just zero in on their option activity. And that's all I'm looking for. So in here, my minimum has to be 500 contracts. and 1.5 times normal, 150% of normal. So for, those are the filters I've got. So I won't see anything unless it's at least 500 contracts and at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. And again, GT, let's take a look at GT, 17,500 contracts, and it's 162% of normal. Obviously, as the number of contracts increases over the course of the day, that is going to grow. So what is the baseline? Okay, like normal of what compared to what? So what it does is, and again, this is a good enough definition. What did this stock do on average over the last 10 days in terms of option volume? And so that's the baseline. And so today it's doing 101.6 times that. Now, some of you who do trade options, especially if you're an intraday trader of options, some say, yeah, we at least like how if you're going to be an intraday trader of options, I'm assuming then what you want to be able to do is find the stocks that are trading abnormally, option wise. So, it's possible you could use something like this. And just to give you a quick overview of what option filters we have, I'm going to type in the search box. I'm going to just type in options. So we have some pretty obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today, put and call volume today. Okay, those are pretty obvious ones. This option volume right there, that is the average number of contracts over 10 days. Okay, and then this is the big one: the option volume today percent. So that is what. So for instance, if you put, excuse me, if a stock was trading 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and you use this filter and you put 300% as the min, okay, 300% as the min, 3 times normal. For you to see that stock that trades 5,000 has average 5,000 contracts, it would have to trade 15,000 contracts a day, as an example. Okay. So you can, of course, set up your own scan if you want, or you can use this one. You can adjust it. Well, thank you, Lana. And again, you can ask questions. Okay. I mean, this is, listen, our user guide is excellent. Our user guide, but I do understand. I mean, sometimes it can be a lot easier listening to somebody and, explaining it right on the screen, bringing up screens and all that. And when you ask a question, that's what I attempt to do. But the guide, because I don't expect anybody to remember all this. How can you? Especially if you're brand new. So, if you want, so the guide though, if you click on my homepage link and you go down to that education, so you click on my homepage link and you go down to the education section and you click on the guide. The guide is really, really good. I mean, this was hard. Stephanie at Trade Ideas did an awesome job creating this guide. Okay, and there's that getting started. This is what you should do to get started. But you want to dive into in a lot more detail about what the heck is an alert window? What is a top list window? That multi-strategy window that I showed you. The stock racing, if you want to learn about stock racing, putting price alerts on charts, so important. Okay. It's all categorized in the major sections, just like any other guide. Okay. So when you're listening to me, and plus you can do a search in the guide. Where's that search? Well, you can do a search in the guide. Okay. I know you can do a search in the guide. Oh, full table of contents. Sorry, right there. So here's the full table of contents. Okay. Full table of contents. Somebody asked about actions, sound alerts. So if you forget, geez, I remember him talking about sound alerts, but I can't remember how to do it. I can't remember how did he put that sound alert on that alert window? Okay, well, you can go to the guide and you can just do a search on sound alerts. Okay. All right, guys. Now, so I can see that ATSG is still, so you can it still is a decent short. You can see what happened with the AMRC. It reversed because this was an awesome short to begin with, but now it reversed. So, I mean, if you took this trade, this is what I'm saying. The AI for me is something that can be used like a watch list. Okay, you can trade around these. Again, if you understand how to trade a little bit, you can use these like a watch list, and you can trade around them all day long. You can see, they can set up in different ways all day long. So, for instance, at the AMRC, maybe now it becomes I don't know, maybe a long. It's over 20, maybe, it's got some room to 2158. But one thing I can say is that if you took this trade right here at 2001 and it got down to 1833, you have to be out of this trade at least half, if not everything. Okay. Because you cannot let a stock that if you got into a short at 2001, to come right back up to your short to your entry price. Okay. And the way I trade is, I'm only going to mention auto trading once in a big negative way. I never auto trade. I've never have auto trade. I will never auto trade. Okay. I know we offer it, but especially if you're new to trading, because I always want to click on the alert. I want to be able to see what's happening, what's the market doing, how much room does it have to keep going? Where could it have some resistance if I want to go long? Check to see where that 200-day moving average is. But understand, all of this can you can get a real sense in seconds. Really, the more charts you look at, the more you've been trading. And so that I'll never get hung up and say, well, man, I got the alert at 1595. And after all my checking, now it's at 1590 or 1587. I'm not, it shouldn't matter. Now, something that's moving insanely quickly, okay. But that doesn't happen that often. Yeah, it's Yeti, it's been worked on. All I can say, it's been worked on. Supposedly in the next build, I know what you're talking about. In the next build, I'll hopefully get rid of all the foreign language. That's all I can say. Okay, guys, let's see. Now this again, this AMRC, this could you could look at this and say, "Well, man, I missed that, first alert at 20:01 to short it." It could come back down. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's down 24%. I mean, the reaction to its earnings is awful, okay? So, yes, it's had a pop-up, but what if it takes out 20 again? You know, what if it breaks underneath 20 again? Maybe this'll, be a second opportunity to short it if you missed the first time. All right, guys. Okay, now I'll try to find something that I might like. All right, let's take a look at this MGNX. MGNX is just showing up here. This is an earnings play. Again, guys, lots of earnings plays. The next high looking left is 792. So this is sort of interesting. My problem, of course, is that it's way extended. So I wouldn't just pile into this trade right now. Ideally, for me, if it just sort of could rest here for at least 15 minutes, okay, over seven, and then start to go again. But it may not do it because I look left and there's certainly room for it to run almost to $8. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I'm not going to go long something. And if I look left, say I looked here at 714 and I look left and the next high is 720, I'm not going to take the trade. That doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall at 720, that next high. But the way I trade, I just won't take it. And that's all a part of having a trading plan. Okay. All right, guys. I'm just kind of, yeah, I mean, I really do like this Magnavox or macrogenics, right? But I just can't bring myself to chase it. Now, this could be an interesting one. IFF. This is an earnings play. It is still up for the day, but look what's happening to it. I mean, it's dropped from 78 to 73. What'll happen if it gets back to yesterday's close, which is right down here? It's only 79 cents. I mean, this is a huge drop. This is typically what we used to see, my bias was always to short these types until last Thursday and Friday when we saw so many great earnings plays that just kept moving higher and higher. Now look at the market. Look at the market. Remember now the market was slightly negative. Now we're slightly positive. KBR is an earnings play, probably. KBR is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Interesting. It was November 2nd earnings. So last week it had earnings. You can see though, 5107. 5107 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. There's that red line on our chart. 5107 is the next high looking left. If it takes that out, look at the potential move up to 56. Okay, guys, did you see what I was talking about before with the AMRC? You see what you could have done? I was just explaining that okay, you missed it the first time. It popped up here. It hit that entry price again. You could have taken this. I was suggesting, watch to see if it takes out 20 again, and look at it now. So you had two opportunities to short this. So, keep an eye on DraftKings. I mean, I know DraftKings is strong today. Well, it's not really. It's up 20 cents, but keep an eye on DraftKings. See if it takes out 35 again. This was a suggestion to short it right around 35. It looks like it's, struggling to get through this level. So keep an eye on. So instead of keeping an eye on it, you don't have to have the chart up and running and staring at it for, hours. Price alerts. Okay, so there it is at 3507. So with your pointer, there's a dotted line that should follow. You can just put a price alert. If I right click and if I can eyeball it, I'm going to put a price alert just underneath that 3507. I'm going to right click, create the price alert. So right at 3504. Of course, if I want, I can type in the exact number. I typically don't put notes, but if you wanted to, AI alert, and then save it. So you'll see what happens is a blue line appears on the chart. And so if DraftKings comes down to that blue line, you'll get an alert. And this is what it will look like. Now, if you've never created a price alert, probably haven't. If you're new to this, just click on new and then price alert. And then this window will pop up. It'll be blank, of course. And at the very bottom here, you can see there is my alert for DraftKings at the very, very bottom. So what I do is number one, if you don't have the trigger time as a column, these are all columns that you can add. Okay, just go to the columns list and you can have all these columns. Trigger time, I think, is such an obvious one. I put it over here at the left and I sort on it. By sorting, I double left click. You can see, hopefully on the screen, you can kind of see that this is depressed. Okay. If I click on symbol, you can see how this is depressed and I've sorted on the symbols. Now I'll double left click again, sort on the trigger time. Why do I want to do that? Because then when a stock triggers, I'll see it right at the top. I don't have to search for it anywhere. Okay. I can put a sound alert on it just by using this actions. Okay. Set up the sound, follow the instructions. And why do I do that? Because I have a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer. And as I said before, you can put a unique sound, different sound on each one of either a price alerts window, an alert window, or on the AI. Okay. So when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. And then I minimize this window. You don't have to have this window up and running, okay, taking up screen space. And even if you had screen space, I don't think that's the way to go. You minimize the window because when you get an alert, this window will pop up on your screen. So you will not miss a sound alert. You will not miss a price alert. Okay. Mm. So this AYX, there's the next high, 3709. So it got through that high. To me, you see, there's just a little too much resistance, not that far away for AYX to keep going. I mean, it's up 22% right now. Doesn't mean this is going to stall it. I get it. Doesn't mean it's going to stall it, but what do the bars in the position in previous column in Momo window show? The bars in the Momo column. Exactly, Brian. Minimize your price alert window. It'll pop up. Watch. Let me, hopefully I can trigger one almost immediately. There you go. See, I put a price alert right at whatever price that was, 36.28. Put the price alert right there. And when it hit it, the window popped up on my screen. Can't miss it. I mean, we didn't invent this, this is nothing. But I mean, I think I use price alerts all the time. And to get rid of price alerts, you can just you can highlight them all if you want. You just go to the top one and left click, hold the left click button down on your mouse and just highlight whatever you want. Okay, and then right click and delete. Now you can have 500 price alerts. Okay, that is way too many. You don't need 500, but you can have 500. Really, really, what you should do probably on the weekend is go through them all and see if they're valid, if they're relevant anymore. You can sort on the dollars from the alert column. So look at this MLTX. I'm $23 from that alert. Do I care anymore? Probably not. So this is one I'd get rid of. This is at 39.60. My alert price is at 63. I mean, do I care anymore? Of course, I shouldn't. So you can sort on these different columns. You can also use it in a different way and say, well, you know what? I'm 18 cents away from a price alert. Like I think I can sort on. Let me just do it this way. Yeah. So if I double left click the other way, now it's telling me, well, how close am I to a price alert? And you may look at this and go, you know what? It's close enough. I might want to take it based on what I'm seeing. I don't have to wait for the price alert. So I don't know what you mean, Suni. What do the bars in the position in previous column in Momo's window mean? The bars. What bars are you looking at? This is the momentum scan. You mean this? Like this is white? This is a darker shade. More right. These ones, the volume in 1 minute and volume, it's just color coded. That's all. I wouldn't pay that much attention to it. The darker that color means the more the bigger that number. That's all. Go up here. I can't go any more right than that. I'm right here. I don't know. Boy, this BMRN, I mean, I know we looking at maybe a pullback, but boy, what a I don't know what you mean more right. It's just color coding. So I mean, the bigger that number is, I don't know. I did this like, I did this so long ago. I probably even forgotten how to do it. Custom colors, so I guess, yeah, I wish I got rid of this. It's sort of a gradient. So so if it got very, very dark, that just means that number is going to be a lot higher. That's all. All right, guys. All right. You know what's actually moving? Well, this is definitely moving. I just couldn't take it. I wanted it to rest a little bit more, but macrogenics is moving. But you see, I just couldn't take it because it was just for me, it was just too extended. Is there a reason why my price alert window only has the close and not the minimize? Let's take a look. That's a question from I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but before I say that, small borders isn't the answer. Just give me a moment. So Peppy, small borders is not here, is it? In our price alerts window? I don't think so. I didn't think it was. So because gentleman in our YouTube room is saying, is there a reason why my price alert window only has the close and not the minimize? There's the X. I thought that might have been maybe a small border thing, and it's not a matter of how could that be not have the minimize? It has the close. You have the do you have this also to make it as like big? There's got to be a reason. I don't know. I've never, ever, ever, all the years I've used this, I've always had the minimize. I don't know why the minimize would go away. Let me bring up a new one. Price alerts window. It's another price alerts window. I don't think there's any option not to have minimize. Hmm. I don't know right now. I tried to do that, but even there, I can see the minimize. Even there. I mean, how I narrowed it all the way down. I can even see the minimize right there. But I'm sure that's not the case, is it? So Kevin, I mean, how wide do you have your price alerts window? I mean, we're thinking maybe if it's this small, but it doesn't make sense why it would be this small. You can barely see the little minimize. But I mean, if it is this small, maybe just grab the right corner and pull it. Anybody else? Can anybody else open up a price alerts window and not see the little hyphen sign, which minimizes the window? He is just saying it's in a dock. It opens in the existing dock. Take it out. I never put my price alerts window in the dock because, of course, I want to minimize it. I've never ever put a price alerts window in a dock. So take it out of the dock. Okay. So what to do that? Okay. Um, Probably if I want to see what happened. Yeah, duplicate. If you, I've never had a price alert window in a dock. So if you do this, if you right click, you should see something that says duplicate into free floating window. So that's the reason, okay, Kevin. So yeah, thanks, Pepe. Yeah, that's the reason. I've never put a price alert window in a dock. So if you in the dock that it's in, all you have to do is right click on the price alerts window, and you should have an option that says um, something like duplicate into free floating window. Okay, okay, good. Once it's in a free floating window, then that minimum. And so take it out of the dock. It really, I don't know. Did you put it in a dock? It ought okay, Kevin, do this. That's a pain in the you know what. Okay, do this, Kevin. Find, what happened, Pepe, is when I was going through, showing how you can open a price alerts window, it automatically went into a dock, okay? Which so if you can now if this is happening to anybody else, okay, click on tools. Let me see if I can remember where this is. Tools, options. Yeah, okay, so click on tools, options, and click on layouts. You see where it says open in dock window. What you have is checked. Uncheck it. Okay. Want to make, did you follow that, Kevin? So again, click on tools from the toolbar, click on options, tools, options, layouts, and then opening windows. Uncheck that open in dock window. Uncheck it because right now it's checked. I'm surprised that's the default, but so uncheck it, okay, and then save. Okay, good. And don't forget, you have to save your work at the end of the day, okay? At the very, very least, file, exit. It's going to ask you, do you want this layout to load tomorrow? You more than likely you want to say yes. The reason is that every little change that you make has to be saved, which makes sense. And you did not check it, right, Kevin? You did not check it? Were you part of this test drive or? Because that means, if you loaded the program, that means it was checked by default, which it should not be. Way too confusing for most people. Thank you, Pepe, also. You said it right at the, you are part of the test drive, okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, guys, let's take a look now. I'm just looking to see if I can find anything that makes sense for me to trade. When you right click, when you, so you can, okay, yeah, I'll go over this now. You can trade directly from Brokerage Plus. Okay, this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Let me just put a link in here. This is in general for people who are wanting to do something like that. And this is in the guide also. This is all in the guide. Okay, yeah, it gets a little confusing trading from the chart. So let me just generally tell people about Brokerage Plus. Okay, then I'll explain how. First of all, are your buy and sell buttons are they grayed out? Let me get rid of some of these. They're not grayed out. So when you click buy, what's happening? When you click buy, you should get a crosshair and you know. But first of all, let me explain what's happening here. Brokerage Plus, I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Okay. This window that you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window. Okay. I demonstrate its use as a simulator, okay, exclusively, but you can use this window if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, and I guess now Alpaca. If you have those, either one of those three brokerages, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, so yeah, that I hate that, Len. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. The additional set, but but we were talking, I was talking more of the buy and sell buttons on the chart, but let me get to, so if you watch the video, there were two videos, okay, in that Brokerage Plus. There's the short video, shows you if you haven't, well, I don't think it shows Alpaca, but it shows you if you have an E-Trade or an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, how you can connect and then trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's also all in the guide, all in the guide. This And then the second video goes into more detail about how you can use this. But how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, but now, and I'll show you how you can use this to trade using it as a simulator, kind of like I did yesterday with the ZNTL. Okay, I see what you're saying. So these are pre. So buy 100 shares at the market. First of all, these are all pre-configured, right? Haven't used these. I don't do this at all, okay? But let's buy 5,000, I don't know, see what happens. Okay, took the trade. It took the trade. I'm not sure what you did, but it took the trade. It put the stop at the low of the day and all that. I mean, you saw what I did. Right click, trade. These are now, as long as these are not grayed out. Now, that's what I was saying. Are the buy and sell buttons grayed out? Well, you have to be in the simulator. Okay, you have to be in the simulator. So typically what happens, okay, well, I'm going to maybe not know what's going on, but again, I'm not a huge expert in using Brokerage Plus to trade, but let me just show people though how you can use this as a simulator. Then maybe I'll try to drill down and figure out what's going on with you. Again, this Brokerage Plus window. If you have my layout, I was surprised to see that this actually shows up in the layout that I'm sharing. But if you just want to load this on your own, you just click New and then Brokerage Plus. And then this is the Brokerage Plus window that'll show up. You may have different column headers. Again, you can only use, well, but that's why I asked him, you know, the buy and sell buttons. If the buy and sell buttons are not grayed out, he should have a strategy enabled unless, just a minute. That's only for going long and short. Let me keep going. So you'll probably see not connected. I think I do know. I think you're right, Pepe. So you'll probably see not connected. Okay. When you load Brokerage Plus, in order to connect to the simulator, just click on Sim. There's one of the options underneath here. Click on Sim. And then that should change the simulator. Now, if it says account, just click on it, and then this little box should pop up, simulated trading default, and click on it. Now, let's take a look. In your strategies, it's probably what it is. Okay. See right here, is there an account? Hmm, what did I choose here? This is going against what I'm thinking. I bought 5,000 shares at the market, the stop at the low. 5,000 shares. Ah, you have to turn the strategies on. This one just happened to be the just out of coincidence. Okay. So you see these strategies here. So here's the $100 risk at market, stop at low. If I try to do this one, let me take another one. Hopefully this is going to work. Okay. I'm going to right click. No, it took the trade. You got it? Good. Okay. I'm glad you got it because most people don't do this, Suni. Okay. Most people don't do this because it requires, I don't know. I can see doing this. Let me get out of these. I'm going to flatten. I'm going to flatten. Without getting overly complicated, this is how, how you can use the simulator to trade. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up. This box, you can choose from the number of shares you want to trade, or you can type in the exact number. You know what? Let's do a little money management at the same time, okay? So I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the ask. I mean, it's not bad. Click the buy button and send. That's a step I don't like. I wish buy just did it, but doesn't matter what I think anymore. So look at buy. Well, B actually BYU. Okay, I'm in at 270. I'm going to put a stop at 250. I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. You will see on my chart approximately minus 100 will appear on the chart. Minus $99.20. So what's happening here? Why did they do that? So first of all, if you're trading, you have to have some kind of. And by the way, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room and at noon in about an hour from now, and he's going to harp at you about having a trading plan. You've got to have some kind of a trading plan. Why are you taking a stock? So why do I take a stock? Why do I take a trade? Well, I've got a checklist. And unless I can check everything on that checklist, I won't take the trade. Now, don't get carried away and have 30 things on your checklist. You'll never take any trade. Okay. But most of the things on my checklist are already covered. Okay. When it comes to because of the scans that I create. I'm not going to see something outside of a price range I like to trade. I'm not going to see something that doesn't have volume. Okay. I have a minimum volume that's all my scans. Probably have a minimum relative volume. So a lot of the things are already checked for me. So when I get an alert, it's going to be something that, I would be considering to trade. But what is going to make it something that I want to trade? Well, first thing I do is I say to myself, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me? Now, obviously, not every trade is going to work. So I have to have what's called a stop. That's the price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Now, my stop is usually I'll look at a chart, say a 15-minute chart, and I'll look, where I think there could be a lot of support, a lot of action at a certain price. And so if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. But if you're starting out trading, I mean, that can be kind of difficult to figure out. I get it. My idea where support is maybe completely different from even people who have been trading forever. They might look at that, and go, no, I don't agree with that, and that's fine. But so if I were starting out trading, I would probably use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. The reason being is that that's a defined number. Okay, a defined number. There's no ifs, that's there's no guesswork. That is a defined number, the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So I would practice. I would do that, and I would practice doing that. Okay. So that's the first thing. So the stop. So where I know where my stop is, then I can start to say, okay, now where could this keep going before it hits the for me, because typically I am a momentum trader. So most of the time, if I'm going along something, the stock is near the high of the day. Okay. So then I'm looking left and I'm thinking, okay, where could it go until it hits that next high? And if it's far enough away, then I've been able to check every box. I've determined where my stop is, and if that next high is far enough away, then I will take the trade. Now, what constitutes being far enough away? So, what I've tried to do in this is just for demonstration purposes. I took a 20-cent stop on purpose. Okay, 20 cents away. I got in at 270, and I put the stop at 250. 20 cents away. So if I know my stop is going to be 20 cents away, I have to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, where is that next high? And if it's at least 40 cents away, then it becomes something that I might trade. Why 40 cents? Because I don't mind risking 20 cents to maybe make 40 cents. But if I saw that next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 5 cents. Okay? That's how I trade. Some of you might have to be 60 cents away. Some will say, well, I'll risk 20 cents, but I got to make a 1 for 3 risk reward. I know real, I know real, I know real. Okay. That's up to you. What ratio you decide you want to use, that's up to you. I'm happy enough with to risk, X amount to make 2X. That's I'm happy enough to take a trade. Now, it could go way more than 2X. It could go 3X, 4X, 5X, of course. But that has to be the minimum. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, well, okay, great. How many shares are you going to take? Hopefully, it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, what I like to demonstrate is risking $100 a trade. Okay. And so that's why I took 500 shares, because if I lose on this trade and it moves 20 cents below, 500 times 20 cents is $100. Conversely, when I'm risking $100 a trade, if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. So hopefully you can see that I don't take the same number of shares per trade. How many shares I take per trade is going to be dictated on what the difference is between my entry and my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents. And I'll divide that into how much I'm prepared to risk on the trade. Now, I try to risk the same amount every trade. I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to risk the same amount every trade. Therefore, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, for instance, with, say, your risk per trade being referred to in the Excel spreadsheet. And then all you have to do is input your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you can take. Okay. And I know there's a lot to this. This is why you've got to practice. And if you cannot make money in a simulator, I just gonna have to flat out tell you, don't trade. You're not ready for trading. If you can't make money in a simulator when there is no emotion, because here's where the emotion comes in. In the simulator, if I get stopped out right now, okay, I'm down $74. If I allow it to hit that 250, I'll get stopped out for a $100 loss. Oh, well, just play money, right? But what can happen is when you start to trade, and it's going to happen, I guarantee it, is that you'll get into a trade and then you'll look at it and you go, how is this not working? Everybody in the room is talking about this one. It even has news. It has great news. Now, news is not a reason for me for my taking a trade. I call it a bonus. If it has good news, then it's a bonus. I think I'm going to get stopped out. Just waiting. It almost touched that stop price. And I'm leaving it in here on purpose. But what can happen is, well, let's do it. Okay. See, what might have happened is it might have blown right through that stop. I don't know why it didn't take me out at that 250. This is destroying my whole thesis right now. It should have taken me out at 250. The only thing I can think of is that it blew right through 250 so quickly, and which can happen, of course. But anyway, let's pretend I got stopped out, okay? And because I've not seen that happen, to be honest, in the simulator anyway. I've not seen that happen. Usually this is pretty bang on. What I was going to say is, now this could happen. Ignoring your stop, okay? You ignore your stop, and now instead of your manageable $100 loss, you're down 200, 300, 400, 500 before you eventually sell. And okay, so now it did take it out. Okay, it did take it out. It might have been a delay, okay? That's all I can think of. It was a bit of a delay because it did trigger, and I can't explain why it didn't take it out almost immediately at 250, but it did take it out at 250. Anyway, so here you go. So if I were still in this trade, I'd be way further down than $100, right? Because it kept moving down and down and down. So again, you disobey your stop, and it's going to happen because you think it's going to come back. You think it's the news is just too good. I know it's going to come back. And then it doesn't. And now you're down way more. And you finally exit the trade and you're down way more than you should be because you disobeyed your stop. So that can happen. It's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. We're creatures of habit. And it just, even though we've maybe had great, you've obeyed all your stops in the simulator, and even when live trading you've obeyed, but then there'll be that odd stock that you just can't believe isn't working and you won't obey your stop. So that's bad, but what can also be just as bad is being down $500-600 in a trade and then it does turn around. Like this one could turn around and then you're up $200, $300, $400 and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, many years of experience trading, not obeying my stop has caused me so much grief. I don't do that anymore. I mean, that's long gone because it just makes you sweat. I mean, you see you're down way more than you should be, and then finally you exit, and that even worse. Yes, then it does turn around, and now you're up and you say, oh man, why did I do that? And lots and lots of horrible emotions come into play. Okay, so obey your stop, get out. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. Okay, just think of it this way. When you got into the trade, everything was checked. So it met your plan, your trading plan. But you can't. I mean, just because you think a stock's going to go up doesn't mean it's going to happen. I mean, it happens to me all the time. I don't know why this all of a sudden. I mean, again, this was just for demonstration purposes, but who knows? Maybe some big seller was had to sell at that time and just destroyed the trade. Maybe the market turned. Maybe it's a stock that is more in tune with the overall market's doing. Maybe all of a sudden some news hit and the market, went down. Can't help that. What you can help is obeying your stop, okay, and having a manageable loss. That is what you can control. You can't control other things, but that is one thing you can control. Well, Brian, that's what I was saying. You can set something in Excel. So I don't have a trading calculator or something you can figure that out fast. No, but and I wouldn't get too hung up. Also, I mean, you're supposed to take 500 shares, and by the time you do it, it's 480 shares or 520 shares. Not the end of the world. You can upgrade to a Windows 11. I've had Windows Trade question in our YouTube room, Trade Pro A1 or AI. I've had Windows 11 now for I didn't a year, whenever it came out, and no problem. Okay. Oh, when will Trade Ideas upgrade? What do you mean by that? When will Trade Ideas upgrade to Windows 11? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, you can use Trade Ideas on Windows 11. I should have read that more carefully. Okay, so practice trading. Practice, practice, practice trading. Okay. Practice, maybe using that 5-minute low as a stop. Or if you start to get a little more comfortable and looking at a chart and seeing where there's, some what you think is some good support. So if it broke down through that, you want to be out of the trade. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real time data. You don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service. If you're part of this test drive, of course, you have access to this. And by the way, I've been remiss. Okay, I put the test drive link in first, and I'm going to explain what the test drive is all about. Anyone know how to clean chart windows from old trades? Are you talking about in Brokerage Plus? Clean chart windows from old trades. Not sure I know what you mean. Brokerage Plus refreshes every night. I mean, if you now I should mention this. I mean, I held this one overnight, the ZNLT in the simulator as a short. Okay, so you can practice swing trading. If you take a trade and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading. Okay. Now I also should show you. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So I'm just going over this. I'll open and dock Windows again. So where was I? Sorry, where was I? I'm also following an internal thread of questions that are coming in. Oh, executions. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Yes. So uncheck the show executions. Okay. In the properties, yeah, uncheck that. Okay. You cannot, when you say clean up losing trades, you mean how to get rid of these? You can't. Okay. They're going to hold, the reason being, and by the way, the reason being is that, we're trying to run this contest. And so you just can't close up uh, losing trades. That's not the only reason, but I'm also, okay. First of all, I've got to click on that's what I wanted to do, the test drive. All right, guys, sorry about that. Again, I'm trying to do a few things at once here. There's internal conversations happening within trade ideas, and I'm trying to keep track of that too. So we're in the middle, well, not the middle, we're at the beginning of our test drive, okay? And this is what it's all about. If you now you will get the balance of today plus 8 trading days, okay? This test drive started on November 6th, yesterday. It runs through the 20th. Those are fixed dates. So obviously, if you were able to start yesterday and go to the 20th, that will give you 10 full days of trade ideas. It'll cost $11.11. It still costs $11.11. You'll get the balance of today and all the way to the 20th. Okay. And what does that get you? That gets you our premium service. Okay. You can have our premium service. The main thing is having access to the AI. Okay. There are other there are other things in our premium service that some people might like is to be able to back test strategies, things like that. But the main reason people want to have access to our premium service is to take a look at our AI. Okay, and again, it'll cost $11.11. If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can also take advantage of this. It will cost you 11.11. We'll bump you up to premium until the 20th. Okay. Now, please listen carefully. When this test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. So you don't have to contact our support people and say, hey, I'm finished the test drive. I want confirmation that I'm not in a subscription, or please unsubscribe me and I want a confirmation that you did. Okay. There's nothing to do. When the test drive is over, it's over. Now, obviously, if you want to take out a subscription later, of course, we're going to have a nice promo code for you, etc. But so please don't do that. The other thing is that we only do this about 3 times a year now. We don't have free trial, like free. And the reason we have to charge 11.11 or just a pittance, we still have to pay the exchanges. They don't care that we want to, give out our program for free. We'd love to do it completely for free, but we still have to pay the exchanges. We've got several thousand people taking the test drive, and the exchanges want their money. So if you can take advantage of it, I really recommend. Now this is the link for the contest. Please read it carefully. Okay. Don't ask me really any questions about it. It should be all explained in there. When you say what account you use for the contest, my guess is that you should use the same account that you use to sign up for the test drive. Oh, you mean account within Brokerage Plus? I'm sure it must be. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be. And all I can do is read this, and hopefully it makes sense to you guys, okay? You have to use our simulator. My guess is that you have to use the simulator. I know there's a way in which you can create other accounts, but my guess is that you have to use the simulator, the one that's called simulated or portfolio master contest. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, power user contest, portfolio master. Okay, so you're either going to go in one or the other. I guess that. Okay. I mean, I guess that's it. So whatever contest you want to go into, the portfolio master, or the power user. Okay. So I didn't realize that there were actually two accounts set up for that. Okay, guys. So are there any other questions? I'll be taking a break in about half an hour. Michael Noss will be taking for. Oh, well, what I really should do also, I'm going over my homepage in any great detail, all the information you can find on my homepage. Can I talk about the indicators? Okay, sure. I'm not a big indicator guy. Let me put the homepage link in. So the only indicator I have on my daily chart, you can't even see it down here, but that's the 200-day moving average for Uber. Let's maybe get another one. I just use the two. I have the 200-day moving average. I would pick another one that doesn't can't even see it. There we go. So there for PWP. So that blue line right there, that's the 200-day moving average. That's all I use on the daily chart. I really don't. I mean, I don't really use this. This is Steve Gomez. He loves 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. I put this on a long time ago. I'm not saying I really use it, but he swears by it. He'll be in our YouTube room on Thursday and Friday. So you want to ask him more questions about, his use of the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, and that's it. Okay. But the 200-day moving average, I mean, that is a universally used or followed indicator. As you can see, I'm not an indicator guy. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So right at the top here. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, you could, of course. You can use this promo code Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So all I ask is this. I mean, this is a free room. We would love to keep it as a free room. Okay. The way we do it is if you take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use my promo code. Come in either into the room. You can save my link or come into the room and use my promo code. That will help to keep the room free. Okay. If you take out a subscription or you're part of this test drive, if you're part of the test drive, you should have done this getting started. Excuse me. At the very least, understand what the scanning is all about in top list windows and alert windows. Okay. At the very least. If you are a new trader, this is a well, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room and he put this together. It's a series of videos. It's all free. Starts off with what is a stock. I think there are about 38 or 39 videos. The last couple of videos talks about the concept of of having a trading plan. Okay. I see something triggered. Fat for some reason. PHAT. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. The trade of the week. I don't think it triggered. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I can't even remember what it was, but I doubt if it's going to trigger. When you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry price, and it never hit it. I don't think it hit it. What is the trade of the week, guys? Anybody tell me? USM. Thank you, Pepe. So USM is the trade of the week, and yeah, no way it triggered. Because the trigger, I think, is around 40, a little over 45, I believe, in that area. And you can see, yes, we're Tuesday. So yesterday it got up to, must be, the trigger must have been higher than 45.11 because it got to 45.11. Now it's down here. So there's no way it's triggered. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. So, it's sort of a non event. Now, education, I've talked a little bit about this education section. And this is our user guide. And again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, but I certainly, the getting started, certainly would take a look at what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You might want to look at the stock racing. I don't use it anymore, but some still like it. And price alerts, price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. Obviously, there's a lot more here. The one-click trading, how to use the buy and the sell button, brokerage plus, trading simulator. It's all here. It's all here. But you don't have to learn everything. If you're looking at this and part of the test drive or thinking about it and thinking, man, I can't, this is too complicated program. It's not. You don't have to learn everything. Just some basic things like any other software program. Oops. Okay, on the education section again. So if I keep scrolling down, there's that getting started again. Now, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. And when I take my break, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the room, main room, so you can head over there and listen to Michael. Okay. And a good idea, I think. We have 5 traders. We have 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. They all have different styles of trading. Obviously have my own style. They all have different styles. Michael is way more of a swing trader. Okay. And then last, here are my scans. So you're looking for my scans. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. That tells me, well, obviously tells me the stocks that are gapping up and down. These may, continue to be super active once the market opens. There is the momentum scan right up here. The momentum scan is here. Let me get rid of this. There's the abnormal option activity scan right here. And this one, I think this is probably giving me some really good alerts. Can't pay attention to them. Oh my goodness. Look at this, guys. Look at NCL. Look at NCL. And, look, I've been prepared. During the test drive, I know I'm going to be answering more questions. I will not be able to pay as much attention to my scans, but that's okay. That's why we have the test drive and we have the support set up like this. But look at NCL. 612 was the alert. 487. 487 right now. This is an alert to short at 612 down to 487. Wow. These are my favorite scans, the breakouts and the breakdowns and the option activity. If, if I were starting out, if I weren't moderating a room, this is all I'd be doing. Don't get too many alerts. These are all the alerts so far from the normal option activity. And this, once we get out of earning season, this will actually not be as many. And you can see very manageable number of alerts on the way up and down. I probably wouldn't have this up. I mean, I like to have this. I mean, if sometimes it gets a little bit slow in the option activity and the breakouts and down. So, I mean, I like to see this, but I could easily just have those two scans and I'd be perfectly satisfied. Give me a moment. So again, there are the scans. So I have other scans that I am sharing, a gap continuation or reversal. I don't have that up and running right now, but you know what? If one of these other scans, I don't know, maybe it doesn't seem to produce as I'm liking it, I might bring this one back, the gap continuation or reverse scan. Okay, to see how it's doing. One of the things you can do, and you should do, in my opinion. When does the AWS version? It's already you can already use AWS, Chad, with trade ideas. So if you're part of this test drive, okay, let's just say you have got some. Maybe you've either created your own scans. Maybe you've taken some of mine. Okay, now you've got them on your screen. You should save each individual scans to the cloud. Right click, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so save individual scans to the cloud and save your layout to the cloud. File from our toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Excuse me. You can probably click and if you want your entire layout, which I think you probably want, click entire layout. You give it a name, maybe my first trade ideas layout, whatever you want to call it. Give it a name and save it to the cloud. Okay. The reason for saving things to the cloud, and some of the obvious reasons, excuse me, but if you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, I'm working on a desktop computer. I've got a couple of laptops. I've got a couple of tablets. So, but if I went out and bought a new laptop tomorrow, all I have to do is download trade ideas and then file, load from cloud. Okay, file, load from cloud, and and you have all different file types categorized. Okay, and I just load whatever I want, whatever layout I want. I mean, that's the obvious reason for saving things to the cloud. Now, you can have, as I said, trade ideas on as many devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas loaded on one device at a time, like running on one device at a time. Okay. And the other big reason for saving something to the cloud is that, if something happens to my desktop computer and I have to go and get a new one, well, again, pain, but I just load trade ideas and load from the cloud. Okay, so now why save individual scans to the cloud? Just like what I was saying, I've got something called gap continuation or reversal scan. I'm not using it right now, but there could come a time next week, next month, next year. I don't know. I might take a look at it again and say, "Wow, I'm liking what I'm seeing," and maybe I start using it again. This is exactly what happened with my option activity scan. I was using this one years ago, probably for about 2 or 3 years, and then I don't know. I just didn't like it anymore. It wasn't giving me what I thought were great alerts anymore, and so I stopped using it. Probably for 2 or 3 years, even 4 years. And then somebody was mentioning it. I think William in the trading room earlier this year, He would say something like, I found this on Barry's option activity scan, and yeah, and I checked the charts. Well, that's not bad. And a few others were doing the same thing. So I think the following week, I said, you know what? I should load it again and see what I'm getting from it. And the rest is history. Now I'm using it again. Now, who knows? Maybe next month, maybe next 2 months, 3 months, maybe I won't like it anymore. So I can always bring back some of the scans that I have created and just to see what they're doing. And remember, what we are a scanner, okay? Now, I've talked about interactive brokers and E-Trade and sort of Alpaca. Doesn't matter who your broker is or, okay, who you're using. You can use trade ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. You can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter. I mean, yes, we have a feature that if you have, IB interactive brokers or E-Trade, yeah, you can use this window of trade from within trade ideas, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary in order to use trade ideas that you have to do this. Now, what we do have is what we call an external linking tool. Click on tools and external linking. What that allows you to do with most brokers is it allows you to set up an external link, which means that when I click on an alert, say I click on Verve, VERV, it loads into your order entry, into your broker platform. Okay. So what that does for you, it's just a big time saver. If you're like me, well, this one was from yesterday. I remember this one yesterday, NSSC. So if you're like me, I'm clicking on a fair number of alerts all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type them into my order. So it's just a huge time saver to be able to click on an alert, and then it goes into my broker platform, and from there I trade. Well, AWS, Chad, is used if you want to if you have a say a Mac or and you want to use our downloadable application. So this is a PC-based program. So those of you with Macs or okay, Macs, we'll call it just Macs, okay? If you want to use trade ideas and you want to take full advantage of it, it's a PC-based program. So if you have a Mac, what you can do, if you're prepared to do it, is you can use an emulation program like Parallels, or you can use AWS. Okay, I mean we've had a web. So your question is, we've had a web-based version. Well, again, the web-based version is if you have a Mac and you don't want to use AWS, you don't want to use an emulation program, you can use the web-based version. Okay. If you have a tablet, I mean, that's the other one. I mean, if you have a tablet, which is browser-based, you can use the web-based version. It's been around forever. And I'm talking to Chad in our YouTube room. So this is our web-based version. I mean, I don't use it because it's way better to use but this is the web-based version. I mean, this web-based version has been around for years. So if you only have one monitor and you don't care about practicing trading, but you can't link, when you click on an alert, we cannot establish out into the web-based version, we cannot establish a link into your brokerage platform. Okay, but if you're more, I would call it more of a, I don't want to say casual trader, but the web-based version is fine if you as long as you don't care about practicing trading, really. Sure. I mean, it's real-time data, Brian. It's real-time data. But, there's no question though that I mean, it's all real-time data, okay? So, I mean, there's no difference in our downloadable app and the web-based version in terms of the real-time data that you're getting, okay? So if you clicked on ARC and you like what you saw, the only thing is now you have to type it into your order entry. I mean, how fast you do it, how fast the stock is moving. I mean, if it's not moving that fast, it doesn't really matter. If it's one of those crazy, crazy, crazy low float situations, sure, maybe that's not going to be the most ideal, but even here, even if I were able to establish a link, and something is super like moving like, 10 seconds or 10 seconds, 10 cents every nanosecond, I mean, it will be really difficult to trade it also. Oh, no, no, no. It's not a 15-minute delay. No, no, not at all. Our web-based version is real time. Okay, but AMS again, this is my okay. Look at NCL. Okay, let's take a look at NCL as an example. Okay. Oh, was this shortable? Just give me a moment. I want to see if NCL was shortable for me first. Yeah, it was shortable. A good example would be ZNTL yesterday. Okay. Understand this is my trading style though, okay? This is nothing you have to develop a trading style. So when I saw this ZNTL yesterday, okay, first thing I saw was that it was a lifetime low. I love stocks making lifetime lows, because there's no chart support, right? I mean, there's nothing underneath that if I look left and I want to short this, there's even right now, there's nothing that's going to stop it from moving down based on the chart because there's nothing underneath. I'm not saying it's going to get to zero, but I like to take that out of the equation. Why something would either move higher or lower by looking left. Okay. And then after that, I love to see whole number breaks. This is one that broke underneath. I think it was underneath 12, and unfortunately, I couldn't get it because for various reasons. But I wanted actually it was under 11. I think yesterday, I wanted to take this under 11, but that's my style. Okay, I like to see stocks breaking underneath a whole number. See how well they hold under that whole number. If they don't all have to be lifetime lows, but if I looked left on this and the next low I saw was like, at $5, becomes something I'll definitely want to trade. But you have to develop your own style. And I understand it's really difficult because if you're starting out, you don't have a style. That's why to use the simulator is the way to go to figure out, well, I don't know if I really want to, take things that are at the high of the day or the low of the day. Maybe I want to take things that they pull back to a certain moving average or pull back, to the VWAP if you understand what the VWAP's all about. So what I'm looking at charts, honestly, I have a daily and a weekly, and now all I'm doing is when I get an alert, let's take a look at Jen. I mean, just out of curiosity, and take a look at Jen. So I look at Jen. First thing that stops me from taking this trade is I look left and I see there's a high over here, so I won't take that trade. Number one. Number two for me is that for me, I have this paranoia about taking something that's very close to a whole number. I find it just psychological. I'd like to see it. I would like to see that pop over that whole number, before I would consider taking it. But the other thing is that that red line is telling me there's a high looking left. Even if this weren't close to the whole number, I would want to see this break that high looking left and then seeing how much more room does it have to keep going till it hits another high. It's not perfect, but if I saw this next high was up here, if I looked left and this stock was at 1888 and all of this you see here was underneath and then the next high, Like if all this looking left were underneath his current price, and then the next high was 20, I'd be all over this as an example. Okay, because I'm thinking, wow, it's got a ton of room. The relative volume is fine. It is an earnings play, so I know it's going to be active all day long. They all don't have to be earnings plays, but it's just that we're in earnings season. Most of the things that we're seeing are going to be earnings plays because earning when a company has earnings, that's typically when they're going to have an abnormal reaction in terms of volume. Okay, guys. So again, I'll be taking my break. Here's another one. A little too cheap, but how did that do? AURA. Look at this. I mean, this is another one. I wish again, I just don't have the time, but these are awesome. Look at Aura, 660. Okay. 660 on the alert. Now, granted, it was, certainly in chase mode, but all-time low. This is why I have my single stock window and I can see where stocks are in relation to their lifetime range, their 2-year range, 3 month, etc. Okay. And when I see something that is at a lifetime low, that minus 0.23, I know it's a little strange way of showing it, but I know this is a lifetime low. So I love stocks that are lifetime lows. Not an earnings play. It has earnings coming up on the 9th. But I mean, look at this alert, 660 at 1110. And look at this, 614. These are tremendous percentage moves. This NCL, 612 at 1111. I mean, it gets down to what, 457 before it's at any sort of a pop. Aura keeps moving. So these are, but people ask me, do I only want a short? No, I'll do it, but I have to admit, the shorts seem to be the more dynamic than going long on a lot of things. Okay. When a stock gets shaken up, you know, it just seems that, there are more people piling into shorting, like a beaten up stock than are going long. I shouldn't say it like that. All I know is that for me, some of these shorts can be just absolutely cataclysmically moving down or catastrophically moving down, mixing metaphors. Well, okay, and there's a good question. These are ideas, right? These are all ideas. It doesn't mean every time you get this is not like you take every trade. They all have to be analyzed, on their own. I don't like taking trades in the first 15, number one, but okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. 446. What did it get down to? 426. Not bad. VTYX. I think this was already pretty far down. 245. Yeah, moved down a little bit, but I mean that was already down about 80%. ZNTL 1069. Let's see what it did. 1069, 979 it got down. MLCO. So far, all three of them, and ZNTL and Olo were pretty good. Well, ZNTL was really good. Let's take a look at this one. 787. What did it get down to? Not much. AMRC. Now, I don't think AMRC because that was already no AMRC 1901. It got down to 1830 before it popped. Now I've just gone over the Aura and the NCLA. Awesome, and the W. This is really cheap. I don't know how much further down this is going to go. 296. So I mean, if you just look at these, I mean, are they? Is it like that every single day, Gus? Of course not. If it were, believe me, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be again sipping on my margarita somewhere. But I love the alerts I get from them. And again, I am sharing it. I don't know if the right word is luck. I mean, I just find bigger moves probably on a percentage basis on stocks that are moving down than stocks moving up, perhaps. But I don't have like I'm not biased shorting. I'm absolutely not. But I guess I just find more things that are as people are saying, stocks fall faster than they move up, typically. Think of it this way, a stock that's moving higher and higher and higher, eventually people would say, well, okay, is the top in, is the top in, that's gone up and, it's profit taking. I understand that profit taking, the stock moves down. There's a big difference when a stock has had horrible, horrible news and it's being hammered down. For people to step in and say, "Oh, I wonder if this is the bottom," on horrible, horrible news. To me, it's just a psychological difference. Well, we don't scan for options, okay? We don't scan for options, so you might not have been around earlier, Gus, but in this abnormal option activity, what I'm looking for are just because I'm an intraday trader. I'm just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, and so one way, of course, is using our relative volume. That filter right there, 16 right there for WWAC. It means it's trading 16 times normal. Baseline being over the last 10 days, at up to this time of day, almost noon Eastern. Okay, so noon Eastern over the last 10 days, this is what has it traded on average? This is 16 times that. And then also looking at abnormal option activity, another way I can find stocks that are just trading abnormally. So again, here's Gen, 4,000 contracts approximately, 402% of normal, four times normal. What's normal? Again, what was the average number of contracts over the last 10 days? Today, that's four times. So, you know, coupled with, I also have the relative volume filter in here. So, I mean, this is really showing me, these are showing me stocks that are really trading abnormally. And, obviously as somebody who is intraday trading, that's what I want to see. Now, can you use this to trade options to at least identify stocks that are abnormal when it comes to option trading today? Yes, but it's not going to show you, decay and it's got nothing to do with the Greeks or decay or etc. Okay, but if you're intraday trading options, at least it's showing you stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options. Whew. Okay, guys, I'll be taking my break real soon here. So what I'm going to do is put my announcement in. Michael will be in our YouTube room very shortly, back around noon East, sorry, 1 o'clock Eastern, 1 p.m. ET. Okay. And what I'll do for the main room, And in case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, main room, YouTube room, we do have 2 rooms going. No, I don't only no, I don't that's not my, I'll short any stock. I mean, I usually have a price range up to about 50. But I mean, if I saw something that was awesome at 100, I would do it, but typically give me a moment. You know, for instance, that scan right there, I do have a price range between 2 and 35, okay, that breakdown. I could put 50. I mean, you know, if I wanted more alerts, but more is not necessarily better. Okay, now for those of you in YouTube, we do have another trading room. There is a lot more active, more traders are in here. So if you want a little more action and not just listen to me, but you know, also talk, you can also, well, I say talk, you can see what other people are talking about way more than in our YouTube room. Okay, way more. Then you can always come over to the main room also. And this is the link for it. Don't do it now because I'll be gone for an hour in the main room. But later on, if you want to come into the main room, you can do so. Why we have 2 rooms? Well, the YouTube room is a little easier to get into. The other room, you know, requires a couple more steps. But you know, again, if you're a more active trader and you want a little more interaction amongst other traders, definitely come into the main room. Also, you know, if you wanted me to analyze a link that you've got, you're wondering, is it, you know, this scan, how come it's not showing this? Or can you take a look at this scan? In the YouTube, you cannot post links. Whereas in this room, you know, people do that. They can say, can you take a look at this scan? I don't know what's happening. Why is it not doing this? Or you can post a link in there and then I can take a look at the scan. Also, some people are really nice. They create their own scans and they're willing to share them and they put them in the room. That's one thing we can really do well. You know, I can hand out my scans just by giving you a link. I wonder if Michael's there. Well, you can't. You need the link. Janice, you need the link. You can't, that's the whole thing. That's why YouTube is a little easier to get into, but you have to go to that link to get into the room, you know, with your email and all that sort of stuff. But again, if you think it's worthwhile, then the ability to again talk, see what other traders are talking about.
Hello, Barry.
Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Should be here
I'm
any
here.
moment now.
Can you not hear me? Barry. I guess can the room hear me? Anyone? We can. Okay. So Barry cannot hear me. So let me just type
Okay,
it.
I can't hear Michael. Okay, so you can hear Michael, right? Well, Michael, I don't know if you can hear me. I cannot hear Michael, no. I don't know why.
Okay. I'll just type to the chat here.
Well, listen, guys, you can hear Michael, so yeah, I'll just take off. I'll come
Cool.
back at 1. I don't know why I can't hear you, Michael. Okay.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So we are day 2 of the test drive. And for people who don't know, during this time, every day we give Barry some much needed time off and open up the room to some live Q&A. So we're going to have some things to cover these 2 weeks just to make sure we're reaching those new users. And what I am scheduled to talk about, I'll put it up here, just go over quickly, is something we call the trader eye. Some people, again, don't really even know we have some of these things. I have too many charts open, don't I? I think I do, yeah. Oh, there. I think I hacked it. That's cool. So, what is the trader eye and how do we use it? Maybe even some of you people who are not test drivers, but you're using the full product, you might not have heard of this either. So make sure you're paying attention. Um, Essentially, what the trader eye is one of the ways in which we curate stocks, um, so that there's more than just scanning within trade ideas, right? So you can scan for whatever you want, and that's what we encourage people to do, is to kind of build their own style and plan. But the people who are really new may want a couple ideas thrown at them here and there as a way to kind of learn what it is that they like to trade, right? So that's one of the reasons we have the AI, right? It's not to be this thing that you follow verbatim and just do exactly what it does and become a millionaire. It's a virtual curation of the market so that you're focused on stuff that at least has a little bit of a statistical edge to it. Now, with the trader eye, we're doing the same thing, but instead of for day trades, which is what the AI does, and instead of it being robotic, it's actually human driven. So, Andy, one of our traders, just goes through and modifies this symbol list of stocks that he is interested in buying from a swing trading point of view for that day. And it gets updated every day and even sometimes multiple times throughout the day. So to get it, you just go to the trader eye here on the channel bar. It's the beauty of these channels. We can make them really, really simple, right? We can make them build everything for you guys and then just kind of get feedback at it from there. um so once you access it, pretty much you just come across, you have a race up here. Within these tabs, if you want to just look at the overall list, you can just click on the tab, go through the overall list. This is the swing trade watcher, so everything right here is things that Andy is at least interested in looking from a swing trading point of view, um, down through here. And then here's an alert window of it, which will just kind of tell you like new highs and new lows when they happen. Or you can always do the race. And the race is going to just show you things that are, um, moving at that moment. Right. So, this data dog, knowing Andy was probably interested probably through this $100 area as a swing. Turns out it looked like a pretty good day trade. But it's meant to be like a lot of things in trade ideas. And what we're trying to do is to make sure there's something for everyone, I guess is a good way to put it. So for the season pro, for the person who's building their own plan, then you've got that ability. For people who are then looking for some swing ideas, you can either take a look at this, which is curated. Kind of, I think the way we pitched it initially was uh this might be dating me, but the old Blockbuster, how it had like a section out front that was like, and this is what our staff is watching. That's kind of what we're doing here with this is what our staff is looking at for trades. Another way to get that, and something I'm really loving, is the Portfolio Master Challenge right here on the download. Um, Yes, because it's got, people that are trading. I think there's probably some YOLOing going on here that we're gonna have to disqualify some people for, but we'll figure that out near the end, right? Remember, we have a no YOLO cause in the contest. So if you're putting your account or most of your account into every single trade, you're just going to get DQ'd. But the cool thing about it is that down here, this scan is actually showing you what people are focused on and what people are trading. So it's very interesting because it ends up being uh, a curation system, right? It's only pulling from the top 10, right? So the people who are losing, you're not seeing anything from, but the people who are winning, you can go and say, well, what are you interested in, right? So this CUTR actually came up. This is a very interesting little pattern to me. So I've put this one on watch myself. It's a CUTR. Go to the version right here. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, no, that's it. Because yeah, it's holding right high and tight against this $4, and it's put in this really bullish candle here. But see, now I check on it, it says earnings is tomorrow after the close. That kind of sucks. But I have been using a fair amount, trying to figure out. Let's go back to here, just what everyone else is trading. I think it's a great way to just go through and say, well, what's everyone else watching, right? What are the winners anyway? All right, so Dish is interesting. So somebody is fading this move in Dish. Not really my style, but I get it. Might be a little bit of a snapback rally after this thing's gotten. Dish has just gotten murdered, right? Ran up into earnings and then gapped down off of earnings. 3 days up in a row and then sold under that gap. You're just like, ugh, right? They obviously didn't like whatever those earnings are. So sells off and then gaps a little bit lower. And then this so far is like a piercing pattern, right? So yeah, you can also just pause the video, Brian. And then if you play when you get back, I'll just answer it right now and it'll be there, right? So it's the beauty of YouTube, it's scrubbable. Program NASDAQ 100 that are more than $1 over a million volume, up or down 6%. Are you talking about gaps? That'd be the big question, I guess. Maybe when you come back, when you come back, we'll finish that. But if you're looking for gaps, yeah, just take any gap scanner and just right click and hit configure, and then you're looking at the NASDAQ 100 list. So these are my gap scanners, but you can grab any one. The ones in the title bar might be interesting, where you can go through and just go to symbol lists and then add existing symbol list. We actually have a NASDAQ 100 down here, NAS 100 list. So you can point them to that list. But I would just grab, any gap scanner we have out there and just point it to that NASDAQ 100 list. I don't think you're going to find anything under a buck anyway, or really that does under a million shares of average volume on the NASDAQ 100 anyway. I think they have there's only 100 names, so it's pretty restrictive kind of thing, right? I've never used back testing. A short scan of mine performs well, but only goes back 60 days. Yeah, that's because the data requirements to do intraday back tests like that, for sure. We can only go back 60 days without, crushing the system. Is it reliable? And if not, how much more extensive research? Well, what I always do is your back test is only the first part, right? I can build you a back test right now that looks phenomenal, but won't make you any money. So back test is kind of step one. Step two is what they kind of call forward testing, which I don't know why, just basically call it watching in real time. So what I would do from that back test is I would then start to trade it in our simulator to see, right? Because you're right, a 60-day back test isn't really enough to trust too much. What you always want to do is you want to look at what your scan is doing versus what the market is doing at the time, right? So this is the SPY right here. So this is the overall market, and it's been relatively down, but choppily down. So it's had two big down thrusts. So, you got to look at it and you got to say, is my back test kind of mirroring what the market's doing? If so, then you want to continue to forward test it until the market changes into like, an uptrend or a sideways trend or something and see if it still performs. And then if it still performs, then you want to go kind of one step further and say, okay, now that I understand that, I'm going to go one step further and I'm going to start to trade it live but small, right? Because there's always going to be differences between back tests and paper trading, right? It's going from like simulated driving or driving around in the parking lot to driving on like a really boring road when you were learning to drive, right? It's going to be a little bit harder, a little bit more stressful and a little bit worse. And then, getting onto the highway would be actually trading it. And then from there, you can push up when um, you can push up and say, hey, okay, now it's interested for now that I'm interested in it and it's tested well and it's paper traded well. Now it's time to trade it small and then have a plan to, as it performs well, to start applying more capital to it, right? But you definitely want to make sure that you study the market environment, right? And if the market environment, ideally the market environment that you're back testing in is going to be one that's not good for what you're trading. But if it is, then you just got to paper trade it, right? So, well, when you're doing back tests, there's only two trailing stop features without getting into the advanced stuff, which I wouldn't until you have pretty firm understanding of back testing. So I'm just going to open up a random window here. And then we're going to go in and back test. So the only kind of trailing ones you have are percentage and bars. So what percentage is just, hey, this is going to put a 0.5% trailing stop, right? Or if I make it 2, this is going to put a 2% trailing stop on the strategy. And then bars is uh, a number that we kind of build within trade ideas that is basically the average 15-minute movement in a in a stock, right? So that's a number we record and we say, hey, it usually moves, X amount in 15 minutes. So if I go 2 bars, that's going to say, okay, it's going to be double whatever the stock normally moves in a 15-minute period, which uh, is either great or um, bad. Now, personally, yeah, you said my exit is selling at the close 10 days later. Trailing stops don't really, in my testing, and I've done some really advanced testing on stuff. I do a lot of the algorithm building around here. Uh, Timed exits are great. Trailing stops are okay. I've just never found any of that like jive well. It's usually better to exit at a certain amount of time or when you're kind of auto trading a profit target and then stop loss kind of makes sense. But I think time exits are a fine way to do it as long as you have some type of protection to make sure the thing's not going to like just completely go against you in the 10-day period, right? 'Cause, right, if you're shorting something, you said it was a short strategy. If you don't have a stop and you end up shorting like a GameStop or something crazy, yeah, you could technically be up money 10 days because every time one of these meme stocks spikes, they're lower than they were when they spiked a couple days later. But it's like, how much pain are you sitting through in the meantime? So you need to make sure you're paying attention to that. These bars, so we're asking about these green and gray bars. These are position and range indicators. So basically, the more green it is, the more high up it is in different ranges. So PXMD is very high up in its 5-day range. It's kind of almost, it's near perfectly high up in its 10-day range, and then a little bit falling off in its 20-day range. But GVP, I can look at it right now and I can say, this isn't even really high up in its 5-day range. So it must be pulling back a bit. Yeah, because it's under, that would be the high of the 5-day range. The high of the 10-day range would probably also be right here, and the high of the 20-day range would be right here. Sometimes you can see interesting things like this PKX, for example, is gapping down today, but it's actually still high up in its multi-day range. And you can see this is a weird, like South Korean company. You can see that even though it's gapping down significantly today, it's gapping down in the high end of its range. So it's a good way to say, okay, so OLIT is gapping up, but it's still down on 5-day, 10-day, 20-day. You can see that here. So it's just a way for me to take a look through as well, right? Again, nothing magical, but just a way to kind of see a lot of data pretty quickly. Can we review the AVWAP channel? Yeah, I think someone's, of course, but I think someone's going to go and do a little bit more in depth. This Pinduoduo is showing up on the trader's eye here. It's looking really interesting. This 110 area has been massive for Pinduoduo. You see, every time we get up there, we sell, and we get up there and we sell again, and then we get up there and we sell again. So above this 110 on Pinduoduo is interesting just from that one. But if we go to the anchored VWAP channel right here. So first of all, big explanation here. So I would make sure that you read this, right? There's a video on exactly how to use it. Just pops up right in your face. Can't miss it. Also gives you a link to Brian Shannon's work and his book. Which, if you're very interested in anchored VWAP, I highly recommend just buying his book and sitting down and reading it. It's a easy read. Just pulled it out of my bookshelf here. It's fairly easy read. You know, lots of examples and charts and colors, and hey, this is what we this is ways that I can use it, and a lot of the different setups are in the book. So if you're serious about it, I highly recommend checking that out. But again, a lot of information right here. So then next is just your price alerts right here. A couple price alerts, and then a couple of the scans. So you can access more of the scans by right clicking and hitting select strategy and then going to AVWAP. You can see there's a whole bunch of AVWAP scans right here. So play with them all and let me, see what you think. The other thing you can take a look at is you can start clicking through, and remembering it will draw the anchored VWAP for you. So the year-to-date anchored VWAP scan is simply that. It's looking at the year-to-date. So this was, we zoom out. This must have been, the 4th, which is the first trading day on Bank of New York. And it's looking for stocks that are very close to the anchored VWAP, right? Sometimes these can act as support. Sometimes they can act as resistance, right? If we look at Bank of New York and we look at recent action, this anchored VWAP has come into play up here. It's come into play up here, and now it's coming into play here. So the question is, if you're looking to short Bank of New York Mellon, maybe this is a decent place to do it. And as you click through, you'll just see these different year-to-date anchored VWAPs, and then, as always, as any potential zone of support and resistance, we then need to wait and see what occurs at that zone, whether or not it comes into play or not. Sometimes it is sliced right through it, but Verizon, again, I can still see at least one place up here. And then again, right here. So maybe this area is a good time to fade. Just click on some other ones. Same one here as well, the anchored VWAP. I just see some questions about these channels. You need the downloaded Windows version for these channels for now. The game plan is to migrate everything up into the web, but that's a project that we're undergoing right now. So same with the Sticky Trades channel. currently the downloaded Windows version only. So you can actually see here I'm on a Mac. I just use a virtual machine to run Windows so I can have access to all the goodies. Next one here is the anchored view app from a large gap. Some of these you have to ignore because they're going to be buyouts. We're looking for better ways to remove them from the system. I've done some programmatic stuff that may help, but it's just a little bit hard with those as well. But the idea is that this is just another place. Again, the book will really give great explanations for why these particular scans. But the idea is that before earnings, if you started to trade CCJ into earnings, the average price from right before the earnings is this anchored view app right here. And like anything, we look to see if it's if we look to see if this is acting as support, then hey, CCJ, it might be a little good place to buy a pullback after this gap. Okay, but again, there's tons and tons and tons more. If you right click, go to select strategy, and then AView app, you can see them all here. So just another one, for example, is just the AView app pullback. And again, that's just anchoring a view app from a very significant low period. Right. So where the system's looking for a place where buyers really took control of sellers. You can see that happen right here. Sellers sold SRTY, which is an inverse, I think, of the Russell. And then boom, that's a big switch as well, right? And then when it pulls back, you can have these bounce as well, right? Same. So RRC, you can see a very significant area where buyers took control here at $30, sold off into that zone, and then bounced aggressively from that zone. We pulled back into that anchored view app right here. That acted as support. Now maybe we're pulling back in here. So the question are these two zones, is this going to act just like it did before? If it did, and again, with any area, if you see something coming to support or resistance, right, you have to then watch it, right? How does the candle close? What does price do when it gets to that area? And no different from any other support and resistance zone. So that's how I use these anchored VWAPs. Is I'm basically looking to buy pullbacks in trends, right? So this, for example, is a pullback and uptrend. This IAG gold had a massive run from 2 to 250, and then it's pulled back here a little bit. So if this anchored VWAP catches it as support, then this will just kind of be continuation in this overall trend. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for there. So these anchored VWAP pullbacks are something I use all of the time. I really do like them. How it's sorted, just FYI, is it's sorted by the length of the VWAP. So the top of the chart is going to have VWAPs that have existed for a long period of time. If I go ELS, okay, you see this one's a couple months back, whereas the bottom is going to be fairly new VWAPs. But one thing that is interesting about these is sometimes they actually work for bottom picking as well. Not that I would ever recommend anyone bottom picking AMC, because this thing is most certainly the next one to go bankrupt after Bed Bath and Beyond. But you can see if you mark the anchored view app from the bottom, as it pulls into that zone, if it's finding support in that area, then again, that might be a tradable bottom. This is me on the challenge account right over here. I'm currently short AMC. I am not breaking the no YOLO rules. So if all the YOLOers get disqualified, I stand a chance. If not, then you definitely are going to. If we're keeping the YOLOers, which I don't think we are, because we have a rule on the web page that says no YOLOing, then you'd have to YOLO to keep up with them. I think someone's up like $120,000. Like, yeah, doubled his money in a single day. And yeah, I know Chris is YOLOing pretty hard here. He's only had 2 total trades and he's up $90,000. So he's definitely dumping whole bunch in here on margin. Then we have Dave. So Dave's our CTO. Probably get emails from him periodically. He's maybe YOLOing a low amount of trades, but not a lot of money. So, and then Brad is one of our managing partners. I think he's trading. Yeah, he's going more serious with this one for sure. And then here's me down here. So I still make the top 10, even though I'm being boring. I'm essentially, the game plan was to build a portfolio of 2 long and 2 short setups. So right here's my 2 longs right here, cave or cart and CME. And then here's my 2 shorts, and I'm splitting my 400K across these trades. And then my plan is, as I manage one or destroy one, then I will kind of go back into another one. Right. So as I knock one of these out, then I'll just look for another idea. So I'm kind of doing it in a more portfolio manager type of style, not not so much as YOLOing on certain trades. But I do think this AMC is going to be a good one. I think we could see it back down into the 7s after this failure at the gap again. Right, it failed at the gap right here, then it failed at the gap right here as well. Right, so. And yes, if you're using the Windows version, you'll be able to see all the stuff. And I use parallels as well. I only use Amazon simply because it works on the cloud, and so it doesn't take up my computer resource. So, Taylor Swift will say AMC. Yeah. For what was it before Taylor Swift? Was Popcorn was going to save AMC, right? So, PDD. I wanted to go back and talk about PDD. Let's go to our Trader's Eye. This curation model we're actually building out. This is something that's going to be quite big in kind of the future of trade ideas. We're going to do more AI curation, more AI data feeds. We're really working hard on that. So let's pull out the chart here on PDD, and I can just talk about what I was talking about. First of all, from a 15-minute standpoint, it looks really interesting. But if I zoom out to the daily chart, you can see that this 10. So first of all, it's in an uptrend. So I am looking to go long. I'm a trend trader. I want to look at the direction that the instrument is moving, and then I want to trade in that direction. And I do so. I talk about this all the time, but I know there's new people here. I do so because there is a myriad of academic study proving that trading in the direction of the trend in the long run is more profitable than trying to counter trend and pick tops and pick bottoms. Just the most successful traders end up doing it. The market trends more than it would if it was random. So how you trade in that trend is completely up to you, right? Some people like to buy pullbacks in trends. Some people like to buy breakouts in trends. For me, I do a little bit of both. I really like pullbacks and uptrends. Breakouts and uptrends can be good as well if they're kind of clear levels like this. So when I look at this chart, I immediately go, okay, well, it's going from the bottom left to the upper right. It's obviously in a nice uptrend. If we go to FXI, for example, you'll see that we did have some good movement out of FXI, which is China recently, right? A little bit of a bounce here in the Chinese EDF. But if you look at how much better Pinduoduo is doing compared to China, which it says Ireland, but I think that's like a tax haven thing. So right away, that eliminates for me personally, who doesn't want to be that kind of hero guy that tries to pick top and bottom. To me, it says, well, it's in an uptrend, so I want to at least be looking long in that uptrend. And then I just look at it and I say, hey, what the heck's happened here at 1010? We have a little pop up here, and then it sold off at 1010. And then I think this day, yeah, we came over 1010 and then failed. And this day we broke 1010 or 110 and failed. And this day we broke 110 and then we failed. And now we're right back up there. So I think that's probably most likely what Andy's looking for, is that we have this very clear resistance area at 110, and we just have to go, okay, well, now what? So what a couple things you can do. One is I'm just going to put a 110 price alert, and anytime you just drag your cursor out to wherever on the screen you want to put a price alert, you just right click and then hit create price alert, and boom. So if it gets to 110.11 right here, I'm going to be interested in that. Then I need to see a close at least over this level, because how many times has it broken intraday that level and then sold off? You could bet that this is the time that it's going to break that level. I, for one, don't want to. I don't want to make that bet. I would wait until the end of the day around ish, and if that then closes up there, then I can say, okay, well, this is interesting. It's interesting now that it's maybe the guy or the institution or whatever power that be has been selling up in this 110 area, who's been kind of keeping a lid on the stock. Well, maybe he's gone, so I can kind of take a trade on the other side and say, oh, okay, well, this guy's gone. He was really keeping the stock down for some time, so maybe it will continue. That's my thought behind it, right? And then knowing that there is a good probability that I'm wrong. Anytime you take a trade, there's good probability you're wrong. I would just then risk manage it. For me, I'd probably say, hey, if it breaks back down this 105 area, probably out. So then I look at it and say, okay, well, currently my game plan, as I'm kind of spelling it out, is to buy around the 1010 area if it looks like we're holding above that, to then get out at 105 if I'm wrong. So that's 5 points of risk. So the question is, do I think it's possible to make 10 points of risk? Do I think 120 on Pinduoduo is something that is possible on this move? And like Barry always teaches you kind of look left here. I don't see a whole lot that's going to keep us in the way until this high back here is in the 130s. So that means that 120 is probably profitable. Because remember, if you risk say you risk 1% of your account on any trade, I think that's still aggressive unless you're an experienced trader. Even then, I still think that's probably a little stressful. But say you risk 1% on the value of your account in any trade, just to make the math easy for me, and you are shooting for 2%, right? So then you can just kind of count on your fingers. If you're right half of the time, we can just, where's my Epic pen? I always need my Epic pen. Epic pen. I'll draw this out. So let's say you're accurate half of the time, and we're going to ignore compounding in this just because it's I'm only one coffee deep so far. Right. So you are, say you're 50% accurate and you're risking 1 to make 2, because I hammer on this because I really think this is the goal to all trading. So you're right half the time, and you're risking, and you're going for a 2-to-1 risk reward, which is why I just did that math. I said, hey, is it possible it can get to 105? Doesn't mean I'm just going to hold it until it gets to 105. If it gets to 104 and it starts to struggle, then I'll just exit there. But this is what my goal is. Then on, let's say 10 trades, on average, you're going to have 5 winners and 5 losers. So you're going to have 5 times that you make, that you make 2%. So all your winners are going to give you roughly 10% on your account. Okay, and then you're going to have 5 times that you lose 1%. Right, so you're going to lose 5% on your account on your losers. So net, you're going to make 5%. And that's with a 50-50 win rate. So that means your win rate can get even worse, right? So say your win rate was 30%. You're really not accurate at trading at all, but you're risking 1 to make 2. So it means you're going to have 3 times 2. So you're going to make 6% on your winners. Right? And then you're going to have 7 times -1. So if you have a really bad streak of 7 losing trades, you're going to lose 7%. So even if you're right 30% of the time, you're only losing 1% of your account. And a lot of people I know, and a lot of traders that are struggling are going to lose way more than 1% of their account being that insanely inaccurate with a 30% win rate. So basically everything that you can do over a 30% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk reward is going to be profitable in the long run. You're going to have some winners and some losers, and streaks of winners, streaks of losers, all that kind of stuff. But over the long run, if you just risk 1 to make 2, then in the long run, you better be profitable or you're very, very inaccurate. So again, that's why I always just do that last bit of math and say, hey, I do think this will continue, but do I think it's possible that I can get that? Yeah. I just got a random spam call while I was talking to you guys. So I just listened to the voicemail just right then. And it says the FBI is after me. So I'm sorry, guys. I have to go on the run now. Now that the FBI is after me, which is hilarious because I'm Canadian. And I think the FBI is like your federal local police. So I guess they're coming across the border for me. So yeah, that's the idea, and that's the idea with a lot of these things across. It's there's AI curation, which we talked about with the AI, and then there's human curation. So maybe you do both. Maybe you look for some of each. We're gonna look again. We're gonna build more into this curation bucket. Just like if you go to Barry's room, um, his channel, you're gonna get his watch list, right? So then this is our AI curation. So the question is with this, do you just trade these randomly? Um, hey, I'm just going to buy these things randomly because they're on an AI. It's like, absolutely not. You should do the same process that we did there because this is a assistant to kind of teach you and help you how to trade. You have to make sure you're looking and kind of make sure they make sense to you, right? Like the short on DraftKings, I get why it did it. For me as a trend trader, I'm not going to do that. This thing's strong and it's breaking out. I don't think I would bet for a top on this name, but I get it's an overextended play. Right. So like anything, you get a little warning. All kinds of curation, and then also we were talking to Raj, who's a sticky trades guy who's a partner that we have now with Trade Ideas. That is, we are slowly building out this channel. And this is from AJ Monty, who's a very old school CMT. I've done a lot of chatting with him now through different meetings, and we've done some content together. It's a real old school, we'll say, candlestick type of guy. He's big on candlestick patterns, that type of stuff. And what he does is he has this YouTube series where he does rapid fire stocks, where he goes through and takes kind of questions from audience of what do you think of this and what do you think of that. And then he takes that list of stocks that he really likes the look of and puts them in this watch list that we end up watching. We end up putting in there, right? So he was watching Uber long. I know that one, and man, what a move on that, right? You can look at he's looking at Nvidia long, and that thing's been crazy. Knowing him, it was probably after this hammer candle would make me think that that's what he's looking for. Yeah. So again, just more curation, right? Where you can build the scan if you want to go crazy and you have your own strategy that you want to build into the system. That's totally cool. And we offer that, but we're also allowing curation as well, right? Is there a percent change for the VIX? No, we don't have the actual VIX future, just because the cost of that would make us up the price of the service, and we don't want to do that. But there's VXX and UVXY, which you can look at for day-to-day movements. These are ETFs that track the VIX future, so they will be pretty accurate. So this is the VIX right here, and it hasn't moved today, which makes sense because the market hasn't moved either. Michael, you prefer AWS over parallels. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. So I like AWS because I run most of my life off of a little MacBook Air. And I do that because the new Apple Silicon stuff is nuts. The what you can do with it. I can stream to you guys. I'm listening to music. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Um, the uh, um, so the benefit of AWS is that you're hosting a server in the cloud. The benefit being there that by hosting a server in the cloud, you're not um, you're not tying up system resources, I guess is the best way to put it, right? You're just trying to find a kind of tech friendly way to, but yeah, you're not taking your powers, your computer's juice and having it run two operating systems at the same time. So there's advantage there for battery. There's advantages there for, um, just memory and how snappy your computer works. Otherwise, the downside to it is you need a pretty solid internet connection because every click that I'm doing, I'm sending that click to the servers for AWS, and they're sending the signal back. So if my internet ever gets spotty, it can get a little clunky from time to time. Normally, not a problem at all. Not even if I'm connecting from my phone, and then not even if I'm connecting from like airport terminals, which I've done a lot of. So I've done a lot of traveling and spreading the good word of TI. Um, yeah, so that hasn't been an issue for me, but it could be right if you have very spotty internet connection, not running it locally, could hurt that. The other disadvantage is that you're paying monthly because you're renting that server space. Right? So you're paying each month to have access to a server, right? Parallels, it's kind of just the other side. Parallels, you just buy it once and you install it on your Mac and you're running it local, which means it will probably feel snappier than running it on a server. Um, that's a big thing, right? To run it on a server where it's basically depending on how fast your computer is, it can make the application feel way snappier because you're running it locally. Uh, Downside is obviously you're splitting your computer power now. You're running both Mac OS and Windows at the same time. So you may find if that's too much for your computer, that it makes Mac OS um, just like not as responsive. You can't do as much on the Mac OS side because the Windows side is eating up some of that power. So it all depends, right? If you're running Parallels now and it's not taking up too much system resources and everything still feels snappy and everything still feels fine, then I would recommend going probably um, with AWS, right? So there's no way to reference the VIX in your strategy, no. But if you took the UVXY and you overlaid your equity curve, you could see pretty easily how it's affecting that strategy, whether or not it's mattering kind of one way or the other. Congrats on your new trader. Thank you very much. April 9th, I think, is the due date. Another, just because we're on the curation thing, let's go to TI Strength or TI Swing Picks. This is an algorithm that we've created that essentially ranks the markets by how strong their individual names are. And this is another place where a lot of my trading comes from, a lot of my long-term trading. So clicking on this channel will get you this drawdown that has a this website that has a little bit of a markdown for, hey, this is what I kind of think going into the market this week. And then 5 names, these get updated and these get emailed to you as well. Each and every weekend, you have access to those names from here. So you can click through them, right? CrowdStrike was one, would have entered yesterday based off the rules. CPRT, it's another one, probably would have entered today. And then you have the algorithm itself right here scanning the market for you every 60 seconds and saying, based off our algorithm, these are the strongest names on a swing trading to a little bit longer basis that we are seeing in the markets. Now, obviously from there, take them and merge that with basic technical analysis, whatever your setup is, with either moving averages or breakouts or pullbacks or whatever it is that you're looking for. But algorithmically speaking, these things pretty dramatically outperform the market over time, right? This app, APP, this thing's been a monster trader from all the way to $9 up to 40. Just, yeah, it got killed from 100, but just a pretty big reversal in this name. Has earnings though. So yeah, this is another one that, again, we're talking curation. This is curation for from an algorithmic standpoint to say, hey, yeah, this is what this algo is looking at right now. Let me take a quick look at my trading. Let's see where I am at the leaderboard. So I'm up $7,000 in the last few days. Where does that put me? This hasn't updated. Let me refresh this just to see. I'm still in 9th, right? New trader meeting, baby. Yeah, that's right, Circle. We're going round 2 in April. So thank you for the congratulations. Have to get the house ready. I'm getting kicked out of my office. I need to find another place to be alone, to look at charts. So big times. Dan, no. Dan had a really hard first day. Last I checked on Dan, he was down $250,000 on his $100,000 account. So had a rough day. It's a problem with YOLOing, right? The YOLO giveth and the YOLO taketh away.
Hello, Michael.
Oh, there you are now.
I can hear you. I it was dumb of me. I had the site on mute. That's why I couldn't hear you.
Chime in because I
What
was
was he
talking
in?
about Dan's yesterday's performance.
Yeah,
Is
what
that
was he
why?
in?
He bought that, was it Life W?
Oh, okay.
Was that the big one yesterday?
I saw him on an account saying, the shorts are going to get killed. And I kept looking at it and saying, you know what? There are no shorts available for me at IB. Not that, Centerpoint, I'm sure, had lots of shorts, but it's not like this was heavily shorted. No one
No,
even knew about it. So anyway,
8%. Yeah.
yeah.
I think his average entry really breaking our no YOLO rule, which really nobody is paying attention to at all. And I think it's
No.
hilarious. I think his average with his entire account was around $15.
Oh, God.
So yeah, last I checked on Dan, I don't think we're going to be seeing him pop up on the leaderboard.
That's the only problem with the contest like that. Seriously, though, I mean, what does it really prove, even if you win? I mean, I know it's fun and all that,
Yes.
but yeah, I mean, that's not. Nobody should be trading like that in the first place. I'm not just talking about Dan. Michael, I want to get back to your new
Oh,
child coming.
yes.
So, first of all, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Now, this is not hopefully not getting too personal. Are you going to stop at two?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I was just going to say, if the next one is a boy, you better stop because you do not want to have the third one and have that poor kid as the middle child, unless it was a girl, and then you could have a boy, the third one, and then the middle child is a girl, but it's the first girl. You have an older boy, younger boy, but you don't want to have that middle child all by himself.
No, and we were, to be honest, both me and Jess were kind of hoping for two boys. Just because then you could when they're crazy little kids, you can throw them in a room and let them beat the crap out of each other.
Sure, that's good parenting.
For a while. But yeah, oh boy, I know Jess is excited, but
Okay, cool.
Gary, we don't need to get into it. Girls are, especially when they get to teenagers, they're
Oh
way
God.
trouble.
Yeah, lock him in a room and throw away the key for, I don't know, 5 years.
Yeah,
Feed them
start at
through
what?
through a
Yeah,
door, and that's about it. Yeah,
from
how
13 till
terrible.
college. Just
Yeah,
here's your AI tracking device that I'm sure will exist by then.
exactly. Anyway, I'll let you keep going. I just wanted to pop in. I wanted to find out what Dan had done, and also my word of advice for someone who's never had children to give to you about having a child. Okay.
Awesome. Enjoy
Okay.
your last beer.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, my dogs may freak out in a moment. Just FYI, if I go on mute, that's why. I just got my little notification that Amazon is here. So um, I apologize. I will try to catch it early for anyone else who has dogs. But yes, the this I'm actually finding really interesting. I didn't know that this would be the case. Um, within uh when we were building it, this was kind of sprung on us a little bit later in the day, or in the test, in which we would be able to access the top winners holdings. And I think it's super cool because it's uh oh, there he is. Some Amazon delivery drivers are sneaky, some are not. I guess this guy was not. But yeah, so the idea is you can just, we're ignoring the losers, right? So just the people who are in here are winning. They're profitable at least. So it quickly becomes a really nice watch list. More so, I think, for day traders, but some for swing as well, where you can just say, hey, what are people trading? Like if I was a revision of the mean guy, which I'm not, I kind of like the look of this dish just because it has gotten just killed recently. DISH. Right, yeah, so this is the Williams percentile, which is just a oscillator for overbought, oversold. And you can see just as low of a reading as it possibly could get yesterday, and then sells off a little bit more and bounces through there. So I was a revision to the mean guy, this might be something you grab and see if you can get to 4 or 450, but I just don't. It's just not my it's not my bag. I've read too many academic studies and I've done too much back testing about how trends persist to then think I'm going to be smart enough to be able to fade those trends, right? But very much to each their own. So any more question on trade ideas for the last little bit that we're here? Because yeah, so congratulations for you all being at the test drive. It's important um, to take this time to learn, right? One of the reasons that we like to do these and we give people a full 2 weeks is that we understand that this is not it's not an easy platform, right? We're working with this more curation to make it easier, but you can't have a platform that's super robust and then also super simple at the same time, right? The whole Mac versus like Windows debate, right? Mac OS is generally easier to use, but you get a little bit less customization, I guess, than PC or Linux or something like that. So, we're trying to make it so that we have the ability to do both, but that just takes time. So for now, um, we end up giving these kind of trials so people can really, really sink their teeth into them and say, hey, this is, I'm going to learn this. So I'm going to, sit down and take my time. And then also, we've noticed that those are the clients with a larger amount of staying power, right? Just kind of from a business point of view. The people who come in and say, "Hey, where do I plug my credit card into and let a system trade for me, and so I can get rich?" Those people generally aren't going to be around forever, right? It's the people who are looking to kind of push from there. So, where you see a volume for the ask or the bid? No, there's a way to see the bid, or you can filter by bid or ask size. If we just open up new alert window, and again, the easiest way to search for this is this little search tab that we have in these configure windows. If you just type in bid, you'll basically see everything that's there. So yeah, you can do bid size, you can do large bid, which is you get to set the minimum size. So if you want to look for, this is something that doesn't exist so much now, but something we did a whole bunch when we were scalping back in the day before HFTs. You would look for a large bid and buy in front of them, or look for an large offer and short in front of them. The ability for people to cancel these orders in a microsec become complicated. And then we have the bid ask ratio. So if you want a whole bunch of shares on the bid, but not a lot of shares on the ask, you can do that as well. But currently know which volume has gone on one or the other. Part of the problem with that is that, right, but there's got to be those 2 trades for every transaction that either take place at the bid or the ask, right? It's hard to know if somebody is offering and getting hit a lot of, or bidding getting hit a lot of, right? I get what you're after, though. I know some people use that to try to find iceberg orders, which, oh, good. I got another phone call. The FBI is still after me, guys.
Okay, Michael, I am back.
Okay, Barry.
So again, thanks for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
All right. I'll talk to you then, man. Have a
Okay,
good one.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, give me a moment as I get back into both rooms. Okay, so guys, I posted in the main room. I am short that TCMD. I finally decided to take a trade today. So somebody asked me, like, why would I, what is my methodology and all? Well, okay, so here was the TCMD at 12:15. I was on my break, but I'd finished my workout and all that, so I was sitting down. So when it broke down through 10, first of all, okay, first of all, this is it is an earnings play, so I like that because it's going to be should be active all day. The volume shouldn't just dry up. Um, I ended up taking that trade at 993 on the short because you know me, I like to wait for that whole number break. So sure, I gave up a little bit, but I watched it at 993. It popped up to 9 again, or up to 10 again, and then it got back to 993. So I ended up taking it there. And why would I do that? Well, if I look left on the weekly chart, I think I saw that the next the next low was 928. So from 993 to 928, plenty of room considering I'm putting my stop, just a smidge over 10. So I've got like just call it a 7-cent stop. So all I had to do to make it worthwhile in my mind is to get down to 979. That would be risking, the 7 cents to make 14. And of course, it's below that. I have taken some off. It got down to 965. When it popped up to 970, I think I took some off. Yeah, I took some off at 970. So, just to protect. So that's like a 3-to-1. But that's why I did it. Okay. In case the person who asked me earlier, can I explain my methodology? Well, first of all, it came from a scam that I love. That's number one. That's the only trade I've done today, mainly because, I have been busy answering questions, which is absolutely okay. I think another thing, I'm just tired of watching these other ones just crater. Yeah, I do see that J. That's one of those SPACs, isn't it? The JGGC, one of those SPACs. Hey, 45 minutes up, 45 minutes down, 45 minutes up. Well, not quite 45. This is only 3 minutes into that candle. Well, I, for one, I'm not cheering for the market to tank, but that's okay, Buck. I'm not cheering for it to do anything. I mean, just give us some trades. So here's another one, guys, that, Skyward Specialty Insurance, earnings play. Anybody ever heard of this one? I know somebody's going to say, I have heard. They're my insurance company. All I'm saying, though, is that this is now an all-time high. These are the types of earnings plays that, are completely unknown, really. All-time high now. Okay, guys, out of the TCMD, it looks like it's actually trying to move with the market. So, okay, trade. Nothing spectacular, but okay. IFF? Well, did see IFF. Yeah, I know what you're going to say because that popped up and then it just basically fell. I remember seeing this one earlier. Yeah, I can see exactly what you are talking about. Yes. I actually haven't been able, real what I'd have to get up earlier though, I guess. I'm just seeing so many, I'll see if I can find one. Can I find one? I can find one. See if anything is from my, I just can't think of one, but there was one in the pre-market and had a big bottoming tail, and it tacked on about $4, and it's probably moving down now. I'm seeing so many like that now, so many. Big bot now, granted, I have no idea what the spread would have been like, but I'm seeing a lot like that in the pre-market. Big giant bottoming tails and then big recoveries, $4 or $5 recovery. And then I just can't remember what the name of it was. It was around a $30 stock. I want to say it went down to 27 and then it came back up to about 32. Just can't remember. It's one of the ones I think I had on my watch list. And I'm seeing a lot of those. But I'd have to get up earlier because by the time, that bottoming tail, I'm not going to get up at 1 o'clock my time. Morning extremes. Okay, sure. Why not? Ooh, what is this? This is a alert window. So these are alert windows. Okay, interesting. I know you don't like top lists. Um, and are you kidding me? You docked? You are a docker now? Oh my goodness. Okay, let me first of all, let me see. Of course, you see what happens when I load your hey, look at my it's gone red. It's probably not going to open. I have too many windows open right now, but I'll see. I just want to see what your configuration is. Here we go. Okay, new high, new 5 minute high, five and okay. So this is for okay. So the first one is for maybe catching those bottoming tails. Okay, I will. It depends on when I get up. Of course, that's the issue because this what I saw. Now this didn't matter. IFF didn't matter. This really didn't do anything in the pre-market. But sure, I'll take a look at it tomorrow. Yes. No, I get it. I don't even have to do a history. It's showing up right there. When is the latest you typically get an alert from that? Either one, typically. 10 o'clock. Okay. It is. You don't have a cutoff at 10, do you? That's just how it works typically. Okay. All right, guys, a 111. I know. I asked two questions and how are you going to answer? Yes or no? I know. So, guys, I'm going to make a shameless plug here. Okay. Again, we're trying to keep this room free. So, this is a big support session or support 2 weeks for us. So, if you see the value in this room, what I'm doing, if you wouldn't mind, you could drop a line to support trade-ideas.com. It doesn't have to be war and peace. Just yeah, I like the trading room. The guy who answers you don't have to. You just have to say you like the trading room. You don't have to say anything really, but just we're trying to make sure this room keeps free. That's all. Oops. Because nobody who matters reads this book. The company has to see this. I'm not the owner. Oh yeah, I'm the owner. No, I'm not the owner. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. So every now and then, I have to step out of my Canadian shell and be a little more aggressive. So support the room, support the room, support the room, support the room. Keep it free, okay? All right, guys, listen, it's 1:13, so I have to do a video now. It shouldn't take me too long. Say 1:14, I'll be back. Should not be any later than 1:24. Let me just get that announcement in. I'm going to show you how to backtest something newbie when I come back, okay? I'm sure you're going to stick around for at least 5 minutes, right? Okay, just let me, I just got to get this video done. Okay, muting myself now in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me just get rid of my announcement. Okay, so I am back. Now, somebody asked, Newbie, you asked about how to backtest. Backtesting always starts off from an alert window. Now, if you're going to ask me what is a good strategy to backtest, that's completely up to you. Okay. All I can do is show you how you start a backtest. A backtest always starts off from an alert window. You put something together that you think, yeah, I wonder if this would be a good strategy. Okay. Well, first of all, I have to make sure you're listening to me. And back testing is something that I would say maybe 1%, if that, of our customers do. But okay, so an alert, so you always start off with an alert window. Now, are you talking about a specific stock, or are you talking about creating a strategy and back testing the strategy? Okay, well, so it always starts off with an alert window, okay? So you have to come up with the idea. You have to say, well, I wonder if a 15-minute opening range break with a minimum volume of 200,000, it's at a price range of 1 to 10 and a relative volume of 5, etc. I wonder if that's a good strategy, okay? And so you start then once you've got your alert window, then you backtest the strategy. It's really that simple. And you can do it for up to 63, well, 3 months, 63 trading days. You have your start time, you can pick your start time, your end time, you can exit at a certain time, okay? And then you just now I'll do this. I mean, this you should never do it during the day. It's useless to do it during the day. It may take a long time. Actually, a lot faster than I thought. Okay, so what you see here is if I back tested this, so what it's doing, it's taking what was the I guess I want to say it went at 63 days. It took every occurrence of a stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And so it took every single trade. Why I'm showing it, yes. Oh, you can't see? You can't see. It's going to be impossible for me to explain. Oh, nice. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just getting a call on my cell phone. Big red circle with with an X through it. Potential fraud. So I guess I won't answer that. So newbie, can you not see my screen? If you can't see my screen, it's almost impossible. I mean, all I can do is show you where you start a back test, but I can't really show you anything else. I don't know, Larry. I didn't answer it. Well, I appreciate that, Denver. I do appreciate that. I didn't answer it, Larry, so I don't know what the fraud was. I have never seen that on my cell phone. I mean, literally a big warning, potential fraud, a big red circle with a red X through it. So newbie, can you see my screen? Ah, okay. Okay. So now no, 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 I got a call on my cell phone. No, no, no. I've never seen that before. Okay, so let's start again. So you heard what I was saying. If you're gonna to back test you take an alert window, a scan that you think, I wonder if this would work, or you back test it over say 63 days. So for instance, in this particular scan right here, and you if you didn't see it, but I mean that's why I don't back test. I don't care. I just want to get the alerts. So you could say, well, okay, what if I took every single trade if I took every single trade over the last 63 days, 3 months, 63 trading days over the last 3 months where the price was between 1 and 100, current volume is 3, etc. Okay? That met all these filter requirements and then made a new high for the day. What if I took every single trade, okay, over the last 63 trading days, what would happen? Now that's what backtesting is all about. So you can say, "Oh, well, yeah, I wonder if that would work." So you backtest the strategy. You can pick a start time, an end time. Do this. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm just showing you what you do, and you simulate the buy. Okay. And so right off the bat, and this is an equity curve. That would be terrible. I mean, so you take every single trade, you'd be losing money like you wouldn't believe. Okay. So there are two aspects of back testing. You might have a strategy that you've read about, you looked on YouTube, and some guy is saying, "Oh, you've got to do this. This is the money maker." And so you put it together in trade ideas. You do the back testing, you get an equity curve like this. Okay. So this can actually, keep you out of what you think would be a good strategy. Okay. Seriously, it can keep you out what you might think is a good strategy. Now, let's just say for argument's sake, this was a lot better, with an equity curve that moved up. Remember, I'm starting with $50,000 and an equity curve that is actually moving higher. So then you can start to go into what's called an optimization procedure. And then you can start to look at a price ranges. And you might find, there might be a price range of, wow, I better stay out of that price range because, I'm losing the most money in that price range. Without curve fitting too much. I mean, you don't want to say get it down to, okay, one trade over the last 63 days would have been awesome. Well, of course, you can't do that. But let's just say you said, you know what, I better get out of all trades between 0 and $50. Yeah, not good. Time of day. You might look at a time of day and going, wow, I shouldn't be taking. I mean, again, this is not a great example, but sometimes when you do a back test, you get, not a bad equity curve, and you just try it. And what you're trying to do in the optimization is to kind of improve upon it as best you can by, okay, maybe there's a better time of day, like a range of time that is better. Maybe I should stay out of trades first thing in the morning, things like that. That's what and then you can get crazy with the optimization and, you know, I mean, all this stuff. Listen, this is a super advanced topic, okay? Most of our customers do not do that. But you asked, how do I back test? That's how you back test, okay? I don't back test. I mean, if somebody said to me, well, why don't you back test this, to see if this, like, how well it works? I only want to see the alerts. First of all, I don't get too many. I want to be able to click on the alert. Too many variables in backtesting. Like, when do you stop? When do you start? When do you stop? How long do you stay in a trade? That's, you have to tell the backtester all of that. And to me, that's just useless. Okay. Just to come out and bluntly say it. Now, that's not to say, I mean, there could be people in this room right now saying, "Oh, no, I love backtesting. I backtest my strategy, and yeah, it works great," and that's fine. You can only backtest alert windows. Yes. Somebody asked me about earlier. I think about how could I see the ones that were moving, say between 9:30 and 9:45. Are you still in the room? This was in the main room. I sort of recall seeing that. If you're still in the room, let me know and I can show you. Hopefully you're still in the room. What, in Atlanta? Or somebody asked. I was on my break. Heather. It was Heather. Heather, are you still in the room? Yeah, you asked the question, how can I look up the trading status from the early time frame? So if you're still in the room, I can help you. Maybe you're not in the room anymore, Heather. Sorry about that. I appreciate this, guys. I'm seeing some of the comments are coming in. It really does help. It'll help to keep this room. Believe me, the company, there's a bit of I don't want to say anything more, but I mean, we'd love to keep this room free and going. So, if the company can see that there are people that do appreciate the room, the more the merrier. So I do appreciate those who took the time to write in. I really do appreciate that. Okay, now, what do I think of Cure, Qure, from our YouTube room? Okay, first thing I see is I look left and I see a bunch of problems, perhaps. Okay, there it is at 687. The next high looking left is 698. Then there's 702. Then there's 690. You can just sort of see in this daily chart. To me, it could stall right in this area, right in this area. So that's what I think of Cure. It's an earnings play. November 7th, pre-market, yeah, so it is an earnings play, but to me, it could stall right around here. I mean, it doesn't absolutely mean it's gonna stall here, but that's what I see. Okay, Mookie, I'll answer your question. I just wanna answer newbie first. So if you want to, if you wanna back test a specific stock, then again, you have to create your alert window, whatever that's going to be, and then in configure, right click, configure, and then go to symbol list. And this is a drop down menu. All symbols is the default. And then click on single symbol and put it in here. And then it'll just back test that stock for the last, say, 63 trading days, okay? Based on your requirements. Okay. Okay, so Mookie, you have to have some kind of an alert. So the question is how to I mean I can show you how you can turn a top list window into an alert window. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. So Mookie, you have to have a trigger though in order to do a back test, you have to have some kind of a trigger, be it a new high or new 5-minute high, some alert. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. It will help, believe me. I'm sort of an island out here with trade ideas, okay? I mean, they do all their thing and then I kind of do my thing out here on an island. I don't have a lot of interaction. So, and it's been like that since 2015. There's no complaints, believe me, no complaints, but so Mookie, can you hear me and see my screen before I demonstrate? I just need a yes before I start. Okay. So the first thing is if you want to take a top list window and turn it into an alert window, and I mean obviously you could create the alert window from scratch with the filters. Okay, this is just a simple way though to do it. Let's take my watch list. Okay, my watch list. First thing you do is you right click and this any top list, any top list. So basically, it's just a time saver. This is probably a bad example because I don't think I have any. I don't think I have very many filters in here. You know what? I'll do it. I'll do it for this one because not this one. I'll do it for the. Thank you, John. I do appreciate it. Okay, so I am going to take this top list window. I'm going to take. Jeez, I've got too many windows open. You can see how you see that red right there. I mean, that's means I'm really taxing the system, and that this is what's happening. So I'm going to take this top list window. Okay, I'm going to turn it into an alert window. So the first thing I do is I right click, collaborate. And I'm not sharing this, okay, because there's a custom thing in here. So I'm just showing you how you do it. Copy all. So what I've done is I basically copied this. Then I'm going to go to new, alert window. And I apologize because again, I've got too many things open. It's taking a while. I haven't done this for a while. I'm going to see if I can just do this. Now I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. Say, okay, I'm going to say, no, yes, I don't want to, I don't want to return to to this. So here I am. So this is just a very basic alert window with, sorry guys. So now the next step, and I'll go over it again. Okay. The next step, right click, configure. Oops, oops, oops. Right click, collaborate, paste all. I'll do it again. So So, I mean, I actually didn't have that many, I did not have that many filters in here. This is all it was. Okay. $1, 10,000 shares, up 3% from the close. But if you had a top list window that had a lot of filters in it, this is just a time saver. Okay. Instead of having to recreate an alert window, okay, and having to put all your filters in and your values. But the next step is you have to create, if you want to backtest it, you have to create some kind of an alert window. Or sorry, you have to create you have to have, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I've got way too much going here. See, come on. Okay. So you would have to pick some kind of a trigger, new high of the day, new low of the day, whatever you want to do. You would have to, so I'll just do it. Whoops. I'll just do this easy. New high of the day, add the alert. Okay. So now what I've done is I have taken my pre-market actives top list window and I've turned it into an alert window with the trigger being a new high of the day. Okay. And again, all this is doing is it's just a time saver. If you had a top list with a lot of different filters in it, then it'd be a bit of a pain. I mean, you'd have to start from scratch. You'd have to add all the filters, all the values. Guys, I don't know. Hopefully you can hear me. For those that don't know, this is Tuesday, and right around now is when the leaf blower is right outside my window. So if I sound like I'm shouting, It's because I'm trying to hear myself. Okay, Mookie, did that make sense? So the first step is right click, collaborate, copy. You're copying all the values that are in your top list window. The next step is opening a new alert window and then right click, collaborate, paste. So copy and then paste and then pick, and then you've just got to pick some kind of a trigger. Yeah, the heartbeat alert, I don't even know why it's still there. That is before we used to have top list windows. I wasn't around with the company then, but the alert would just it would or sorry, the heartbeat would generate something every 5 minutes, just to let you know that those filters were working. Okay, but the top list, of course, it does that every 30 seconds, basically. So I don't even know why we still have the heartbeat. Somebody's going to say, well, this is why, but I've never used the heartbeat. So just kind of forget about it. Okay. Thank you, Chris. It still has some behind the scene functions. Okay. Oh, good. He's gone. Man, like, I'm not kidding, guys. The guy is maybe, when I'm talking, he's about 10 feet from my ear, my right ear. Okay, but he's gone now, so I can perhaps not speak quite as loudly. Oh, I know you guys can hear me fine. I've just got this amazing noise canceling software that, for the most part, just picks up my voice and it blocks everything out. I'm not saying nothing in the background. You might hear something, maybe when my wife is here, you might hear her. I don't even know you do, but anyway, guys. So the market is still muy fuerte. Look at this. Look at this. Ah, oh man, they're after me. Now they're texting me, asking me, "How am I? How am I?" From an unknown number. You might want to look at AMRC though. I mean, this AMRC has been kind of all over the place. You had two opportunities to short it. This was a short, but now look what it's doing. It's breaking over that whole number, 21. Still down 20%. Have to understand that it's an earnings play. So, but I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the high today is, or high in the pre-market is around 22. Not saying to take the trade, but this doesn't look terrible. I appreciate that, Matt. I saw your I do appreciate it. Okay, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 1:45. How did that macrogenics do? Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, you see, I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, on the breakout, it wasn't. I mean, as shady as saying there wasn't a lot of follow through. I mean, it had an alert at 7:10, and it got up to 7:34 before it finally dropped. Not seeing too much, even though the market's up for the day. I'm not seeing as much on the upside in continuation as I am on the downside. This is a very, I mean, after this 45 minutes straight down, I'm sure a lot of people thought, well, I guess that's it for a while. But man, oh man, the resiliency in this market. I want to take a look at a couple of the major sectors and see again how they're holding on. See, there's XLF. So the financial sector is just underneath that 200-day moving average, just a little bit. MLTX. Let's take a look at MLTX. Oh, there it is right there. I don't have to type it in. MLTX. Well, I don't know. Oh, I remember this one now. Yeah, yesterday. I guess I must have had some bad data. Well, bad data. When I say bad data, a negative reaction. This is a bio, so negative reaction. Certainly wasn't an earnings play, but it is trying to come all the way back. Well, not all the way back, but it's over yesterday's high. And I do see that there's some analysts trying to pile into this one. Jeffrey's maintaining what sort of $66 price target for this one for MLTX. I think that Wedbush also. Yeah, so that was the news yesterday. Okay, Moon Lake, which is MLTX, falls after a mid-stage data for lead asset. Okay, so that was the reaction, just terrible. And we've got Needham also with still sticking to their guns, 66. And I could have sworn there it is. There's Wedbush. Ha! So Wedbush is even way more bullish. Why not? Why not double the current price? $86 target. Okay. $86 target for MLTX when the stock's at 43, 40, 42. So basically double. Again, guys, take these analysts with a grain of salt. But they do sometimes move it. I mean, nobody is saying this is going to get back to 86 ever or anytime soon, but DKNG is super strong. Okay, DraftKings, DKNG in our YouTube room. Yes, it is. It would not have been an easy, excuse me, it would not have been an easy day trade, because, chopping, I mean, unless you took fewer shares because, a lot of bottoming tails would have shaken you out. But, certainly the trend is up. And this is one of those, yeah, it's a great 2-day continuation after earnings. It all depends on where you would put your stop. But this is a great 2-day continuation after earnings. And now above that high, that week high right there, 34.49. So yeah. Ah, I do remember when this one was a lot higher. CHRS. Yeah, I mean, a $25 stock, 245 and sinking all-time low. All-time low. So when you say, well, you can ask me questions, Robert. Okay, live chat support. You can ask me questions. If I can't, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. If I can't answer, I will certainly try to direct you to somebody who. Now, if it's an accounting question, I'd have to direct you to our homepage. I can give you a link. But if it's another type of question about the software, I will try to help you. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, I'm going to AJ Rapid Fire, and his stocks are not updated from last Wednesday. Okay, Robert, I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm going to Are you sure you're talking about trade ideas? I don't know AJ Rapid Fire. Well, Gus, we do have, though it's not, I mean, I think they're maybe trying to give you something that's going to be a little less. Oh, is that right? That's the AJ Rapid. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry. Doc Channel Bar, AJ. Oh, this is the trade like a millionaire. Oh, okay. Not familiar with this at all. I guess I should be, but I'm not. Oh, this is the sticky trades. Okay. So your question, okay. Um, so when you say your page is not being updated from last Wednesday, how are you knowing that? I'm looking here. Okay, so I see here rapid fire. So this is 154. So all times Eastern for me. Okay. And typically, let me just see. I don't use the races anymore, but let me just see the all races are based on a oops. Let me do that over. So all races are based on a top list window, and this should be the top list window that it's based on. Okay. So Chris, do you know anything about this? I mean, gentleman in our YouTube room, Robert McDowell, is saying that this has not been updated. How would you even know that though? So the sticky trades. So this is the sticky trades. So you're saying this has not been updated? Okay. Well, Chris. So what the gentleman is saying is that this race, of course, is based on this top list window, and it's looking at a symbol list called sticky trades. Okay. And he is saying that this has not been updated since last Wednesday. So I don't know who is responsible for updating that. Okay, thank you, Robert. Find out who is responsible for updating that. It might be Michael Noss. Okay, so you're saying it's showing the okay. Well, you know what? I'll just take a screenshot of this. Give me a moment, okay? I mean, it may only be upgraded once a week. I don't know, or updated once a week. I don't know how. I'm not. Well, don't go yet. Well, you have to go fine, but I'm just asking the question. How often does it get updated? I guess that's the question. How often does it get updated? Okay. Okay. If you could just stick around, for a couple of minutes. I think I've notified the gentleman who is responsible for updating it, and I just want to see what he says. If you're saying it's supposed to be updated if it's every Wednesday, today's Tuesday, right? Is today Tuesday? Live always. So it's set to live always. Okay. Okay. So I'm getting word they just sent them over. I'm assuming sticky trades, Robert. Okay. And he says I got it a few minutes ago. I'm talking to somebody at Trade Ideas. Okay. Oh, I know today's Tuesday, but Robert is saying it's updated each Wednesday night. So I was thinking, well, then won't it get updated tomorrow? Am I missing something? I've never looked at this, so I'm not even sure. Has anybody really looked at this to see what sort of performance? Like, how are you using it? So yeah, so in my opinion, you sort of answered your own question, Robert. It should be updated every Wednesday. So it's still looking at last Wednesday because today's Tuesday. Okay, so they only do them every Wednesday for now. We will have a new list on Thursday morning. That is what. You're saying it's looking at a 2 weeks ago list. Okay, well that's different. And you know this 100% before I harass. But it says they only do them every Wednesday for now. We will have a new list on Thursday morning. Okay? Okay. You know, I'd seen that channel, but I never looked at it. I didn't really know what it was all about, to be honest. So, but thanks for pointing it out. Okay, Gus, are you still around? Will there ever be a version with less features for a little less per month than what is currently available? Well, okay, we do have this on our website, and and it's possible. Let me just put the link in. See if this link works. I haven't really shown this because, in an active trader's room, this is probably not what active traders want. But then again, I don't know who's in the room, and maybe not everybody is super active, of course. So if you click on this link that I put called Market Scope, please work. Yes, it works. Okay. So this is our this is our website right here. Okay. If you go to our website, this is our website. And if you click on see features and then market scope, but I put a direct link. So this is something, and now right now, in order to access this, you still need our standard service. My guess is that they might turn this into something that's going to be less expensive. I don't know, $50 a month or something. There's no configuration though. Okay, there's no configuration. This is today's biggest gainers. Well, you can change from the close. Okay, so this is like a heat map. So there's the PXMD. You can pick your time frame. There's the TM and DX. So I mean, if you're just more of a casual trader that doesn't want to create any sort of scan for themselves, this is probably not a bad way to go. You still have to know how to trade because now I click on TMDX and I see this. Okay, what are you going to do with this? Right? You still have to know how to trade. but it takes all you don't there's nothing for you to do. You cannot pick a price range or a minimum volume or anything like that. It's just gonna be delivered to you. There's the D-Dog at the beginning of the day. Okay, that's today's biggest gainers from the close. You want a different look? Change from the open. Okay, so now slightly different look, AXGN. You can see right here, biggest change in the last hour. There's RMCO. So you can see in the last hour. So it's still red for the day. I like that. I mean, when I say I like that, I'm glad I like the way it's color coded. So it's still red for the day. It's still down for the day, but it's had the biggest change in the last hour of 12.8% based on all the filters that are in here, which you cannot adjust. Biggest change in the last 30 minutes. Okay. So again, this is a quick way in which you can kind of scan through things without really, you don't have to build any scans. Change in the post market, that won't, but you can use this in the post market. Now you can also go to stock top lists. Okay, so they've only allowing now races in here because you could take a top list, say S&P 500. They're only allowing races in here, I guess. No, 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 I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So this is the S&P 500. Who's moving up? Who's moving down? You drag this symbol list in. Who's moving down? And you can see at the very top, the one that is moving down the most, 12%. Okay. You can, gap up, gap down. What is gapping up? What gapped up? So we have these symbol lists, that you can drag in and see what's happening. Biggest losers. There's that VTYX. Okay. Then you can actually do alerts. I don't know what stock momentum is. Let's see what that is. I think this might be just races. Yeah. So if you want a race based on biggest gainers or biggest losers, you can do this. And alerts. So now I can drag this in here. So now stocks making new highs, and this is a crawl, of course, a real-time crawl. And of course, you can click on anything at the top here and pause it. Take a look at the chart. PayX, just so I guess as long as you stay on the symbol, it'll stop. The minute you go off the symbol, the crawl continues. And I don't use this because, I want my own scans and all, but, this is a way in which people who are, don't want to build any of their own scans, you can also drag in the lows, create a multi-strategy window. Okay. So now you've got new highs and new lows in here. Well, it's only 15 minutes delayed. Okay. Yeah, so it's only 15 minutes delayed unless you have a subscription. Okay. This is the free version. If you watch, so this is my version. Okay. So you're absolutely right. No, it's okay. Yeah, I would have to just log in. Okay. I would have to log in, but you're absolutely right. When you do this, it'll say 15 minutes delayed. And I think if you click, Chris, you can go live. Okay. How? You have to have a subscription. Hmm. Well, what should happen is it should say delayed. If you want live data, click here. And if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, then that's what it'll say. Or it'll say delayed, and it should say then take out a subscription to Trade Ideas to get live data. But if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, it should say click here to go live, something like that. Surprised it doesn't say that. Now you can only have one. No, but I had another account in here, so I'm not sure why I have delayed, but you can only have this open, or the web-based version open, okay? You can't have, this is like another version of Trade Ideas. This is just a teaser, Gus, okay? The 15-minute delayed. That's all that is. See, I could sign in. Yeah, I know what's happening. I have another account, and what it's doing is it's signing in with the same account I got here. And that's what would happen, you see? I'd have to log out of here, so I'm not going to, and then this would be not delayed. I have another account. I'm not sure why it's not accessing that other account that I got at Trade Ideas. But anyway, yes, I mean, I think what they're ultimately planning to do is to maybe make that like a cheaper product. Give me a moment. I got to find you guys now. Where are you? There you are. Actually, I can't find the room. Hopefully, I didn't shut it down accidentally. You know what? I may have shut down the room accidentally. I did kill it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, it's easy to get back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem having like this room is based on a tab, okay, and I accidentally shut it down. So, okay, everybody, we should be back. You guys should be able to hear me. I know in YouTube was fine, but well, Gus, I mean, we're going to have a promotion, probably at least 25% off, okay? And you could try, the standard service. That'll be like 118 less 25%. If you think you can afford that for a month, and then really see if you like it. And there's no commitment. Bottom line is, it's like anything else. Yeah, it has to pay for itself, of course. In other words, you have to be able to make money using Trade Ideas to pay for it, obviously. Hmm. Ah, I see. Yeah, because it'll slide over here. It'll slide over there as a pinned tab. Yeah, maybe that's I never thought of that because the only way now I shut it down is if I shut down everything. Okay. Remind myself pinned tab. No, that's a good idea. Thank you. Well, there'll be a Black Friday promotion for sure at Ben, but there'll be a promotion earlier because the test drivers will have a promotion certainly, I believe, next week. Oh, I'm 100% sure we'll have a promotion next week. And there will be a Black Friday promotion also, and it'll more than likely be 25%. Are you talking about Wiggle Boss, what they did a few, ooh, boy, how many years ago? When they basically said you get, I don't know, 17 months for 12 or something like that? Was it only last year? I don't know if they'll do that again. You're talking about that, right? It was like 17 months for 12 or something like that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll ask the question. It hasn't been brought up as far as I know since last year. Yeah, there could be a 30%. I think the 30%, okay, this is kind of how it works, guys. I think there probably could be a 30% promotion next week. And that is, for people who take, I know look, it'll be for everybody. I'm not going to, anybody who wants it probably can get it, but it's more, for people taking the test drive and sort of early adapters. I mean, there will be definitely a 25% promotion after the test drive is over. But sometimes what they do is they say, okay, listen, if you want to if you want trade ideas right now after a week of the test drive, here's the 30%. I think that's what you're referring to. I have no guarantee it's going to happen this year, okay, but it's possible it could. So does that mean it's asking you to do a later version, Brian? So when does this happen? Every time I have a window open that says File, New Tail. Okay, File, New, Tools, Windows. So, okay. Oh, Help. In the Help, does it say there's a new version available? Or is this an account? I'm not sure I understand. You're talking about the toolbar itself. You were going through the File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, and then Account. So when you say, "How do I open it?" I'm not sure I know what you mean. I know sometimes if you're behind in a build, it'll say, "Install the latest build," if you want. See, I can't do I'm up to date, so I don't see that, but you can just click on it then, and it have the new build installed. What I would do is close down, the current build. Don't worry, it'll overwrite everything, so that's fine. Okay, so if you just started a trial yesterday, so it's possible there's already a new build for you. So is it an account when you click on an account and then it says new build available or something to that effect? Or download latest version or something to that effect? Because if it does, just click on it and download it. Or help, check for updates. There are no updates available. Please try again later. But I think in account, I thought if there was an update available, I thought maybe it would appear here automatically. Already does. You know what? Maybe before I tell you something that I'm not sure of, maybe if you can go to our homepage, okay? Go to our homepage, click on the homepage link, and click on the need help, and just say, well, first of all, here's my email address. I'm part of the test drive. Okay, ask the question. This is my email address. I'm part of the test drive. Why does it keep asking me to, download the program I already have, or something like that? It may be just that there's an upgrade available already. I know it sounds crazy, and that might be the reason. So, as Pepe is saying, if you do exactly what he is saying, do you see an upgrade? So he's saying go to tools, options, and upgrade, and you can upgrade now. Oh, I see, I see. But you see, I don't have to upgrade. I'm already ahead of the recommended version. I'm always on a development version. Okay, John, I just read your email. I do appreciate that, and yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the web-based version. I mean, I mean, it's okay. I look at the web-based version again. If you only have one monitor, you're on a tablet, something like that, it's fine. And if you're not maybe a power trader, I mean, it's fine. But yeah, if you want to, this is the way to take advantage of it. How do we bring up the racetrack? Okay, let's do it. All right, let me bring up a race. Again, I don't use the races right now, but let me bring up the race, a race. Well, actually, here's a top list window. All races start from a top list window. But you know what? I'd rather get a race that I know is up and running. So I am sharing. So these are a couple of races that I am sharing in my scan section. I can show you how to get that. Okay, biggest gainers from the open. Okay, open the scan. Ah, yes, the old races. Okay, this race will start really soon. Okay. So this is how our race starts. Okay, let me allow this to start. I think it takes 30 seconds. There we go. So all races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list window that this race is based on. This is the biggest gainers from the open. Okay. Now you can run a race from any top list window that you construct. Okay. In this particular case, well, okay, not exactly. Okay. If you want to have your own race, okay, you have to know how to create a top list window. I'll just show you in general. Okay. It's you have to create what's called a top list window, or you can take mine. You can run this race. I can give this to you. So you at least understand the concept of what a race is all about. But just to give you an idea, this top list window is what this race is based on. So if I look at this and look at this, so the price has got to be between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and the price has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. And then we run a race based on that. And then this is how it works. You would launch the real-time stock race. And then in this case, now here is where you can, now I don't want to overload you, okay? I don't want to overload you. You're new. But this is how you can, this is sort of a menu that you bring up to tell it, okay, how long do you want your race to run? This is 4 minutes. What do you want to base the race on? The change from the open? Any you can base it on any column header that you have in a top list window. Again, I don't want to overwhelm you right now, but right now I'm basing it on a change from the open, and I'll explain that. Sort on the delta, which just means the change from the open, okay, and everything else. Okay, I'll just show you what's happening. So when the race starts, the stock that has moved the most since the race started, this race started, almost 3 minutes ago. The stock that has moved the most since the race started, you'll see at the top. Okay. This has moved 5.56% since the race started. This has moved 2.5, 2.4%, etc. Okay. Since the race started. So like any other race, the gun goes off and then, and you'll see jockeying for position, just like any other race. The person who's leading the race right off the bat does not necessarily win, right? So so I just want to let this race finish, and I'll show you what happens. And here's your winner. Okay, here is your winner, and what happens is you'll get a top 10 list. I might run this tomorrow. Okay, maybe I'll run this tomorrow instead of the momentum scan. Um, you'll get a top 10 list that's automatically generated. And it's based on the number of times the stock wins a race. So the number in the number one position will be the stock that has won the most races over the course of the day. Of course, I just ran this race, so there's only one. But if you start running this race, say when the market opens at 9:30, you'll have a list and you'll see some stocks have won multiple times. Okay. And then you can click on the symbol, and you'll see that you can get the chart. You'll make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. Okay. So that's sort of the basis behind the racing. It all starts off from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, launch the stock race, this is the race that it'll launch. Okay. Are you kind of with me so far? And I can share this race. Okay. So you can create your own race based on a top list window that you want. This is something that I put together. Again, configure. Sorry, guys. Again, because of that red, it's taking a while to load. I've overloaded the trade idea system right now. Too many things going on. There we go. So this is what the race is based on. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the previous close. So the whole concept of racing was this, from the open, sorry, from the. So this race is based on the change from the open. Okay, that's what this race is based on. So the concept was this. I have now sorted on every column header that you see here, the volume, the relative volume, the change from the close, the change from the open, all these things you can sort on. All these column headers you can sort on. So if I double left click on the change from the close, this shows me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. If I double left click on the change from the open, these show me the stocks that are up the most from its first trade of the day. Here's CDIO, and it's up 73%. Okay, as an example. So before we had races, you might look at this and go, well, that's all well and good, but how am I going to use this to trade? For instance, how do I know if there's this guy down here, SGRY, right now at 9.3%? What if it is really starting to move up? Okay. How would I know that? Ah, you're on a Mac. Hey, Chris, are you in the room? Racing available on the Mac? I know it was not available, but yeah, I'm not. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, when it first came out, it was not available on the Mac. I'm not 100%. Well, if you can, you see racing on the Mac. If you can see it. I mean, if you can see an option. Well, if you took a topless window on your Mac, if you any window that says T, okay, and if you right click and it says launch real time stock race, then I guess it's available. So if you can find, so if you have anything right now on your screen, and it's a topless window starting with a T in the upper left hand corner. And again, if you right click, if you don't see launch real time stock race, unfortunately, then it's not available on the Mac. But again, if you're new here, you may not know. Yeah. Well, you can okay, so when you right click on the top list window, you will get something popping up, okay? But does something say launch real-time stock race? You know what? Why don't I just do it? Sorry, because I can. Okay, so here is, let me just right click. Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately, there's this is the web-based version, okay? And so when I right click on a top list window, there is no option for running races. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is no option to run a race on. Let me make sure. Yeah, there unfortunately there's no option to run a race on a top list window. I'm sorry, in the Mac version. Sorry about that. Yeah, there are some limitations. No, we can't practice trading. I know they're trying. Let me just ask that question. Now, see, we've got to be relatively close because doesn't help you now, but give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to load this. There we go. I have live data. I knew I had a one that had live data. So you can see right here. Again, this is not going to help you now, but this is basically, this I'm on our website, okay? And I see that there are races available on the website. So consequently, that has to mean that on the web-based version, it can't be that far behind. I don't know what it takes, to get them on the web-based version. So Gus, if you're still in the room, now I'm live. I knew I had a I knew I had a live version of this. But let me tell you, for those of you who are listening to me about the racing and all and the concept of it, you know, the top list windows are great to I call it rank things. So in other words, you want to see the stock that's up the most for the day with your filters, a minimum volume, a price range, and all that. You can do it, as long as you have the column header. There's the change from the close. This is the change from the open. The highest relative volume, CDIO. There's the highest relative volume. I want to rank them. Okay. But again, how do you use this information? I mean, you can click on this, and if you figure out a way to trade it, fine. But the whole idea of the racing was this: is that So here's CDIO at 81%. Well, what if this one down here again, this MTTR, what if it all of a sudden was starting to move? It might be hard to see because yeah, this will sort of be dynamic. You can see it just changed to 17.4. But what if all of a sudden it was 18, 19, 20, 24, 25, or something even buried more further down, went to 11 to 15 to 18. Really hard to see that, right? Unless you're really and who wants to stare at a list of numbers to see if one of them is moving up? So that was the whole idea of the races, okay? In which when you start a race, all of these stocks start off the same starting position, right from the starting line. It's just like any other stock. So the stock that is moving the most from the start of the race, you'll see it up here. Okay, you'll see it. And just because again a stock is leading a race right now, CDIO is leading this race. Another stock could come up, from down here and could just take over. Okay, so that was the whole concept of the racing. And you could start a race from any top list window that you create. And you could run the race based on the change from the open or the change from the close or whatever column heading you had in a top list window. I think it's probably, when I was using races a lot more, I thought the change from the open made a lot of sense because, it's like a race. What's happening from the time that race started, which stock is moving the most? And then again, what happens is you start running this at say 9:30. You can run it in the pre-market, but when I was doing this, you could run it I would start it at 9:30, and then a top 10 list would be built over the course of the day. And you would see, some stocks will win. Look at CDIO. It won a race. It won a race, but it looks like it's going to win the next race too. And so what'll happen is that will move to the top of the leaderboard with two wins. So, there it goes. See the top of the leaderboard with two wins now. So over the course of the day, you can follow the stocks that are winning the most races and really, really, try to figure out a way to trade them. But the thing is, you can watch a stock as it's moving up. You don't have to wait for a race to be over. Some stock could be really starting to move up. Click on it, see what's happening. I might run this tomorrow, okay? Instead of the momentum scan, just to give you guys an understanding about how the racing's working. What I'd have to do is probably do this, something like this. Move this over because I want to have this the full length. Yeah, that would work. Just have the momentum on another. Problem is people downloading my layout, they're gonna say, "Well, where's this one?" I can give it to you, this is, it's in my, on my homepage, but I'll let this, I'll probably I'll run this tomorrow. Why not? Maybe I'll like the races again, you know? William, have you, said how late you are willing to keep the room open today? If you're gonna keep it open at all? 4:15? Okay, thanks. So, guys, what happens is this, at, typically around 3 o'clock, I've kinda had enough. 6 hours on the mic is, it's sort of enough for me. I will always stay later if there are questions though, okay? But what happens is the room will be kept open until 4:15. William will keep the room open until 4:15. It's just nobody will be on the mic and the screen sharing will go, okay? But you guys can still talk amongst yourselves in terms of, looking at ideas to trade. So, here you go. And hasn't won a race yet. Not the race is not over. I run 4-minute races. Don't ask me why. I pick 4 minutes. You can pick the time frame. You can pick 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever time frame you're comfortable with. When I first started looking at racing, I picked 4 minutes. I'm amazed I haven't slowed down completely. This indicator beside the green ball tells you, how tax how much you're taxing trade ideas. Ideally, that should be green, and I've been running on orange, which is okay, but red is, yeah, sort of a no-no. That's because I've got a lot of windows open right now. Triggers the stock? Are you talking right here? What triggers these stocks? Oh, okay. So this is a momentum scan, okay? So if I right click on this is just an alert window that I created, all right? And I click on configure. This is going to tell you what it's looking for. So again, I should go over this just briefly again. I mean, there are a lot of screening products out there, okay? This is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. This is the screening aspect in this scan. So there are screening products out there you can buy. So in this particular case, if the stock is between 1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. You can see right there, 6.9. It's at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 2:48 PM Eastern Time. Normal being, okay, up to this time of day, over the last 10 days, what was the average? And so right now it's 6.9 times that average. 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, normal meaning again over a 10-day stretch, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, up 2% from the close, etc. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see SKWD at 244. That's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And that high was 30.66. It's 249 right now. Since then, no stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So that's why that's what we're tremendous at doing. Real-time alerts. Now, that's not the only real-time alert you can have. It's the one I like. Right at the very top, there's the new high of the day or a new low for the day. But when you see all these icons, and again, if you're new, don't get hung up on how many we've got. But these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And then down here, these are all the filters that you can use. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. The reason we have so many is, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why we have so many, because again, with all the different trading styles, we had to have that amount in order for customers to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build a scan. But so again, I think people look at this and go, I can't learn this. This is way too hard. Good news is you don't have to. You might want to, you can scroll through and see what we've got and you go, I wouldn't mind trying that one. But I use probably 1%, if that, of all those alerts and filters. I have a very simple style of trading. And so I'm sharing all my scans. The other traders are sharing their scans, and there are scans here. Now, of course, I'm looking at the downloadable app. Yeah, you have channels though in the web-based version. These are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at those. They're all scans there. So, if a person didn't want to build their own scans at all, you could take mine or some of the other traders or some of the ones from the channel bar. And of course, you could always adjust them. I mean, this is what I like to see. But you might look at this price range and go, you know what? I like the idea, but I don't like that price range. So you just change it. I'll make it 10 and 100. And I click on the summary, you see how that has changed now. Maybe you want more volume. Maybe when you get used to using trade ideas, you might say, you know what? I don't like this filter. Or when you get used to using trade ideas, you add a filter that you like into it. Maybe you don't like that alert. Maybe you don't like that alert. You can use another alert. Some people might like a new 5-minute high. Okay. So this is just what I like to do. Okay. And I give it to everybody as a template, and you choose whether or not you like it exactly the way it is, or make some changes, or create something right from scratch. Yeah, CCJ halting. This is a nice big uranium company out of Canada. I don't care what it says here. There. Okay, I was going to say, yeah, that flag better turn into the maple leaf. Yeah, so this is a big uranium company out of Canada and halted on news pending. Let's take a look at what the ETF for uranium is doing. Let's see if there's this is the ETF for uranium. Let's see if it's doing anything in advance of this. So I mean, it's up for the day. So if you thought that maybe this is going to be good news for Cameco, you might take a stab at this, because this is the and guarantee. Now, I'm not saying to do this, but if Cameco, if the news is excellent and it pops, Cameco is probably heavily weighted into this sector. And the same thing with the this abnormal option activity. So why we're seeing TDW over and over again, this is because it's making a new low. Okay, you can see it right on the chart, making a new low. Okay, anything in brown is a suggestion. Well, it's making a new low. Anything in light blue, there you go. Trip just made another new high. Okay, you can see Trip just made a new high here. That's why. And this option activity scanner, what it's looking for is just, well, abnormal option activity. I don't trade options, but what I'm looking for all the time are stocks that are trading abnormally. The key thing is relative volume, but also looking at, well, is it abnormal option volume too? So you look at Trip, and it's traded right now 17,847 contracts. That's 8 times normal, 8.7 times normal. Normal being, what was the average over the last 10 days? So this helps us find. I mean, when you're intraday trading, I mean that's your big not concern, but your focus should be on finding stocks that are trading abnormally. At least that's what I do. Yeah, what an awesome alert this was. 6:12 at 11:11 Eastern Time. 6:12 to short it. And it got down. I mean, this is skewed because this got down to 446. So there was the alert to short at 6:12. And this before it came up at all, it got down to 451 from 612, which is just a tremendous percentage move. Aura, I don't think it was quite as dramatic. 660 was the 660 before it pulled up, down to 596. Not bad. And then it had a nice run. So these things make for good watch lists in both directions. I mean, nobody expects the stock to just keep moving down, down, down all day. So you can find if you find a bit of a pattern to trade from in the opposite direction, go for it. All right. So I mean, this is a gamble, obviously, but there's URA, there's the ETF for uranium that really move. So if you think when Chemico starts trading, is it going to pop? Don't know. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I have no problem sticking around, but if there aren't any more questions, I think I'll take off. Again, but before I do that, I will put the trading room link into the YouTube room. So you can head over, listen to, not listen, but you can go over to the main room. It will be open until 4:15. I will not be on the mic and there'll be no screen sharing, but you can still talk amongst yourselves. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions. I'm just stalling a bit in case anything pops up. Okay, so I think I'll shut myself down now. So thanks a lot for Trader D's question. So will there be more training? Chris is doing a Zoom now. Let me ask Chris what the link is. Because what he's been doing a little training from 3 to 4, I think. Well, training, you can ask questions. It's a Zoom. Just ask him what the link is. Okay. Okay. I'm just maybe one of the other traders knows. Just give me a moment, okay? While I'm trying to find it, JN, I'm trying to find. I'm asking the question. We have so many different Slack threads. I can't believe it. I'm asked in three different. Maybe nobody knows. Well, in theory, it is JN, I guess, but I mean, it's 6 hours. I'm not sure. Come on, somebody answer me. I'm just waiting. Somebody to answer me what the Zoom link is. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, give me a moment. There is the Zoom link. Okay, who asked that question? Trader ideas questions. There is the Zoom link. Okay. Okay. I think that's it for me, guys. I don't see any other questions. So again, thanks for all the help. I will put myself on mute. William will keep the room open until 4:15. I will shut down YouTube though. Okay. So I put the link in for the room if you want to head over. So I'm putting myself on mute now and stopping the screen sharing. And again, the rooms will be open. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll see you then. Have a great evening. And YouTubers now.